All right, good morning, everybody. Today is, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, May the 12th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street, Granbury, Texas. This is a regular meeting of the Hood County Commissioners Court, and we will begin with the invocation. I don't see Terry Love in here. Chairman, would you mind?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Well, Father, we just thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord God, that you watch over our county and our state, Father. We thank you, Father, for the wisdom that you grant the commissioners before us, Lord, in this room. We thank you, Father God, that you lead and guide and direct them, give them vision and understanding of the issues. Help them to make good decisions on behalf of the people of Hood County, Father. Lord, we lift up Judge Massengill to you and ask that you continue to heal him completely, Lord, in the name of Jesus. Father, we'll just rejoice and declare that you are a good God over Granbury, a good God over Hood County, and a good God over the entire state of Texas. We just thank you for being here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. If you would, please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the pledge to the great state of Texas.
I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, we have special presentations.
Oh, hang on.
Excuse me, first of all,
I gotta
we
be-
have the safety display here from our fire marshal.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your participation. You have provided me with job security and letting me know that there are emergency exits either side of the court or in the back in the door in which you came. There will not be an emergency floor lighting system to illuminate your path. However, the lights are lit, so it will show you where the exits are. The exit, either way, you go out these doors and towards the back, and there's exits right there, and of course, the way you came in. In the event of a medical emergency, we have staff in place that will get the AEDs and take care of all of that stuff. So you don't necessarily have to notify 911 because most of us are familiar. So anyway, just want to let you know where the exits were, and in the event that we do have to exit, just please exit the building. Don't come back inside until it's been cleared. Thank you.
Excuse me, if you're signing up to speak on more than one item, I need you to fill out this form for each one. That way you're not missed. So, looks like Jessica Hall and Jennifer Carrick, if you'll grab an extra form.
I filled out two separate.
Jessica, you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me see.
Sorry.
So just Jennifer.
Okay, we have the first item on the business here is special presentations. Number one, present proclamation to designate May 25th, 2026 as a day to honor our fallen military heroes. We have someone here to present this.
Thank
Okay, so today is, this is the official proclamation to designate May 25th, 2026 as a day to honor our fallen military military heroes. Can everybody hear? Yes. Whereas Memorial Lane was dedicated on July 1st, 2017 as a site to remember and honor all those who serve as a firefighter, law enforcement officer, or military. Within each site is a place to honor those fallen heroes who have given the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas Memorial Day is our nation's solemn reminder that freedom is never free, this day is to reflect on the noble sacrifices of those who gave the last measure of devotion in service of our ideals and in the defense of our nation. And whereas Friends of Memorial Lane have joined together in planning this Memorial Day ceremony to honor and recognize all our fallen military members on May the 25th, 2026, at the Jim Burks Firefighters Memorial Park, located in Granbury, Texas, beginning at 8:30 a.m. Now therefore, the Hood County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim May 25th, 2026 as a day to honor our fallen military heroes. And in the ceremony for Memorial Day, as an avenue for citizens to remember the fallen, pray for the lasting peace among the nation, and honor the guardians of our inalienable rights. Furthermore, we call our citizens to proudly display America's flag at our homes, businesses, and in our community. In doing so, we pledge our nation's allegiance to the great cause of freedom, while also paying homage to those who fought and ultimately died. Signed this 12th day of May, 2026, by all the commissioners up here in front of you today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Donnelly. I'm with Friends of Memorial Lane. Everybody complains about stuff costing too much. This is a free event for y'all. We've got free transportation from the parking area over to the park. It's a great opportunity to come out and meet your neighbors. We will have a flyby, weather permitting, from the Con Aircraft Association pilots out there, and some singing, and we got a Gold Star mother that's going to be out to give us her perspective of what Memorial Day is about. It's a good time to come out and honor your friends, family, those that have perished, and maybe not anymore, but they served and they paid that ultimate sacrifice. So 8 o'clock on Monday the 25th. 8:30. 8 o'clock if you want to come out and hang out with us.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item is proclamation. I don't know about this one. Yeah, really, it happens every year, seems like. Proclamation honoring the Lipan Lady Indians as the Texas UIL 2A Girls State Basketball Championship. I'm going to let Commissioner Andrews take care of this one. All right, come on. Y'all keep coming this way.
Yeah.
Then one with the trophy. Come back in, just like fit. There you go.
All right. You want to read this or you want me? All right. All right. Hood County Commissioners Court proclamation honoring the Lipan Indians, Lady Indians, Indians UIL 2A Division II State Girls Basketball Championship. Whereas the exceptional team chemistry, hard work, determination, sportsmanship, and talent of the 2026 Lipan Lady Indians basketball team empowered these student athletes to earn the state championship title. And whereas on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, the Lipan Lady Indians won the 2026 state title by defeating the Martins Mill Mustangs 42-35 at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas. And whereas the Lipan Lady Indians have won 4 state championships with a total of 12 state tournament appearances, including 5 of the last 7 state tournaments. Whereas winning the 2026 UIL 2A Division II State Girls Basketball Championship brought honor to Lipan High School, the city of Lipan, and Hood County on the local, state, and national level. Now, therefore, the members of Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas, do hereby recognize and heartily congratulate Lipan High School and the Lipan Lady Indians basketball team on its outstanding accomplishment. And further, we urge all citizens of Hood County to join us in recognizing all members of the team, their coaches, and parents in celebrating the team's achievement, and wish the members continued success. Adopted this 12th day of May 2026 and signed by the Commissioners Court.
Yeah, I got it figured
School board presidents.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, proclamation honoring the Lipan Indians of Texas, UIL 2A Boys State Basketball Championship.
Let's do it again. This time we may definitely have to. Coach, you want to read it or you want me to? I do such a good job at this, right? All right, Hood County Commissioners Court proclamation honoring the Lipan Indians UIL 2A Division II State Boys Basketball Championship. Whereas the hard work, determination, exceptional team chemistry, and talent of the 2026 Lipan Indians basketball team enabled these student athletes to a state championship title. And whereas on Thursday, March 12, 2026, the Lipan Indians won the 2026 state title by defeating the Martins Mill Mustangs 47-34 at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas. And whereas the Lipan Indians have won 7 state championships in 17 state tournament appearances, including 8 of the last 10. Whereas winning the 2026 UIL 2A Division II State Boys Basketball Championship brought honor to Lipan High School, the city of Lipan, and Hood County on the local, state, and national level. Now therefore, the member of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas, do hereby recognize and heartily congratulate Lipan High School and the Lipan Indians basketball team on its outstanding accomplishment. And further, we urge all citizens of Hood County to join me in recognizing all members of the team, their coaches and parents in celebrating the team's achievement and wish the members continued success. Adopted this 12th day of May 2026. We got to get the formation here for pictures.
Squeeze between their shoulders.
Do I have a certificate to hand you?
Yeah. All right. Thank you all.
So the next special presentation is for our county clerk, Christine Leckwich, who, I'll just say she set the bar for county clerks. She goes above and beyond, continuous improvement for serving the court, but also mainly serving the public. She just does an outstanding job. And while she's doing that, she completed this certification. So it's a local county official graduation from a statewide leadership program. Hood County Clerk Christine Leckwich, a member of the 2025-2026 graduating class, is among 22 county officials who have successfully completed Leadership 254, which that's for the number of counties in the state, a 14-month leadership development program offered by the state, the Texas Association of Counties. Participants were selected through a competitive application process and represent a diverse cross-section of Texas counties, rural, suburban, and urban, as well as a full range of county offices. Only 2 applicants representing each of the 11 county elected and appointed positions are chosen. TAC provided scholarships to cover the program's tuition. The program includes 4 in-depth training modules over 14 months, totaling 79 hours of classroom instruction and hands-on learning. Leadership 254 is designed to address the unique challenges facing county officials. The curriculum provides leadership assessment, practical application, and peer collaboration. Key topics include self-awareness, communication, ethical decision-making, and effective leadership strategies. So I just want to congratulate Ms. Leckwich on her outstanding graduation. What an accomplishment.
Thank you.
I just want to tell y'all, this, being the county clerk is like the highlight of my career. And I get so thrilled when I see all the citizens coming to Commissioners Court. I love it. I love helping you. I love researching and answering questions and doing whatever I can. So thank you. Thank you all so very much for your support.
Okay, to continue with this meeting this morning, there are no service awards. So we're going to jump right into citizens' comments at large. And we have 9 speakers. And the first speaker is Commissioner Jack Wilson.
Hey, good morning. The subject that I'm going to speak to today is the people that travel back and forth to Fort Worth on a regular basis. The new red light just this side of the golf course at Benbrook by the Shell Station is now active. In other words, red, yellow, and green, adding major delays to traffic. In conversation with Senator Birdwell and TxDOT Director David Salazar, they are looking at that. They will be addressing that to figure out a way to make that happen as the developments are going in on 377 between Benbrook and Crescent particularly. They will be looking at how to not impact the traffic flow as they're doing now that the light is optional. I mean, not optional, it is actually working as of last Thursday. So they will be addressing that in the near term, trying to figure out what to do, because with the big development going in at Kelly Road, they will be addressing, that issue also, because there will be a light installed at some point on that also. In fact, the conversations with David Salazar has indicated that basically 377 from Benbrook all the way to Granbury really needs to be a 6-laner now. And so they're looking at that. But just to let the citizens know that it is being looked at, because if you're coming out of Benbrook, you can plan on probably a 30 to 45 minute ride now just to get to Crescent with that light working as it is now. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Matt Long.
Hey there, Matt Long. I just wanted to reiterate something about our development regulations as they're currently written and prior to any adjustments by Freese and Nichols or even the Development Commission. As Commissioner Andrews has stated a number of times, there's a number of things that Subchapter K gives us the ability to do. The 9th thing is the ability to create districts, and we've done that. We've created rural district, water quality district, and road corridor district. And because of that, because we've defined the types of developments and the things that should be encouraged in those districts, it gives this court the ability to make judgment calls, in my opinion, on developments that want to come into those particular areas. For example, a water quality district should encourage recreation. That's written in our development regulations now. In a rural district, it should enhance the quality of life for residents. So regardless of a concept plan, regardless of a complete checklist, I don't believe that a solar farm in a water quality district encourages recreation. I don't believe that a data center in a rural district encourages or enhances the quality of life for residents. And so in my opinion, that gives this court the ability to make a judgment call beyond whether someone has a complete application or not. Rain Lily, which is coming up later, that is in a water quality district, and I don't believe that will encourage recreation in that area. Red and Yellow, which I'm not sure will be on or not later, that those are data centers, and they say on their concept plan that they are not in a water quality district, when in fact they are. They're in a tributaries of the Brazos Water Quality District. They also verbally said when they were here that they're not in a rural district, when in fact they are, because our regulations say that if you're not, if a portion of your development is not in a road corridor and it's not in water quality, it says that you are in a rural district. And rural district is the strictest of all of our districts. So much so that certain residential developments would be required to switch from a rural district to a water quality district. So again, that is to encourage the rural nature of beautiful Lick County and to enhance the quality of life for citizens. So I just wanted to remind us that we do have that ability. We do have the ability to make a judgment call based on not necessarily banning uses, but whether that use would enhance the things that we have decided those districts should bring to the residents of the county. So thank you.
Next speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Metter. And the topic I want to bring up today is back to large developments for the county, that across this state, we are being inundated with some very large industrial development type things. Many of these want tax abatements for their projects because it's going to save them a lot of money. And I do not like this. I don't think that any of our residents in the county want to give tax abatements to these large developers. That brings less money into the tax base. And when you do that, it kind of gives the word to other developers that are looking for a home to put their projects that, hey, these people are willing to work with us and give us tax abatements and save us money. And I think we need to protect the citizens of this county and make sure that these individuals that are operating these large developments are paying their fair share of what it's going to cost this county for road repairs and different things, providing fire protection, police protection, that those things will require, because all that is going to bring more stress to the county and what the county's responsibilities are. So, like I said, I just want to try to get some understanding and make sure that we all look at the big picture of what these developments are going to try to do. And they may try to pressure this court into giving them a tax abatement. And I don't want to see you guys be pressured into doing something like that. Thank you very much.
Matt Bennett.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mac Bennett, 3530 Daniels Court. Just want to remind the residents of Hood County that, you know, with all these projects coming in, there's one tool that we could use, and that's going through the upper Trinity. Anytime these projects drill a well, it don't make no difference what it's for. You can file it, you can contest that permit. And if you contest that permit, that can hold the project up by 18 to 24 months because it goes through the hearing and stuff. You can get the form from the Upper Trinity on their website, or you can find me. I've got some with me. But you know, they are not exempt from filing a permit. They have to, if they put a spud in the ground, they have to get a permit. And one of the things that talking with Upper Trinity, they're watching all this stuff very closely and stuff. You know, I was going to talk about what we're going to use by the permits, just like the way the city just permitted the one the other day that's going to use 150,000 gallons a day, which is 55 million gallons a year. You know, there's 3 wells out there. If they are, even if there's an existing well on the project and they have to work that well over, they have to get a permit. They have to get an updated permit. So one of the things that, you know, it's a tool that we can use, the residents, And I've been asked that, I don't have a well in my place. That doesn't make any difference if you're affected by this. And what I mean by that is that if the city, if you get city water and stuff like that, the city draws from Upper Trinity. So you can be affected by it, and you can contest it. Anybody that's a resident of Hood County can contest any permit on a non-exempt well. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jessica Hall.
Jessica Hall, good morning. First, I hope that you will revisit a pause on proposed industrial development until Hood County can properly restaff with qualified employees in the light of the absence of plant. At this point, it's wholly unethical to continue along with the current state that the development department is in. It's also very concerning to hear that water well applications may default to be approved due to the development director being MIA. Recently, some information has come to light regarding the Rain Lily Best, the consulting company ICF, and the Freedom of Information Act. I would like to share a quick summary. ICF was the company hired to consult on the behalf of EE North America for Rain Lily and the battery project. Based on their technical memo from ICF dated May 16, 2024, addressed to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, ICF acknowledged the presence of federally protected bald eagles, multiple nest sites with one active nest site, along with the presence of the proposed endangered tricolored bat. Regarding the eagles, ICF has suggested the bare minimum of 330 feet to 660 foot buffer around the nest. This could mean that activities between this distance may still require a disturbance or take permit from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service if the eagles are not already accustomed to similar human activity in that area. So this is very concerning. ICF did conduct a bat survey which recorded 5,000 files identifying multiple species with 238 calls being associated with the proposed endangered tricolored bat. Approximately 800 acres of the tricolored bat roosting habitat occurs within the buildable area of this project. The project area also lies within the year-round activity zone of the tricolored bat. This survey mentions appropriate habitats including woodlands, multiple tree species such as juniper and prairie grasses with the presence of potential foraging roosting habitats, part of which they would like to cut down. It also appears ICF did not conduct a proper field survey on site for the golden cheek warbler under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Austin Ecological Service Field Office for guidelines and best practices. But instead, ICF opted to rely on only two apps, iNaturalist and eBird, which lack data for privately owned properties. It seems ICF improperly used these apps to conveniently state no occurrence of the golden cheek warbler near the project and clearing site. This is not a sufficient method for collecting data for the golden cheek warbler under the Endangered Species Act. A licensed biologist holding a current Section 10A-1A permit must conduct a field survey in order to formally declare the presence or absence of the golden cheek warbler, utilizing strict on-site field guidelines laid out within this permit according to the Fish and Wildlife Department. Also of note, according to this permit, it requires 3 years of data collection to state an absence of the golden cheek warbler. Commissioners, you're welcome to see the reference on page 2, it's highlighted. This lack of due diligence on the part of EE North America does not do much to put the community's mind at ease. It actually sounds to me like ICF does not really want to find any endangered species because this would be a huge roadblock for their client, EE North America. Why else conduct a bat survey and not a golden cheek warbler? On a personal level, regarding this bird, I would like to add that my family and I, we live across the rivers, well within 2 miles of the Rain Lily Solar Project and battery storage proposed site, and we have sightings every year of these birds. The golden cheek warbler, both around our neighborhood and our home. So is EE North America really claiming that they're not going to find any golden cheek warblers only 2,000 feet away from our neighborhood with the proper woodlands that contain golden cheek warbler habitat? I don't know how they're being serious with this. I actually had somebody from environmental science look over these documents and they basically laughed at them. EE North America has had 4 years to get this project off the ground. Their plans have changed multiple times. They do not want Hood County to update our plans and policies regarding development regulations. They have not submitted a concept plan to the county. We don't even know if they will get the water to comply with the NFPA 855 standard requirements. Let the public and the county see some concrete plans and actual field studies on the real environmental impacts from this proposed project. And last,
You need to wind it up.
okay, thank you. Last, I'd like to let EE North America know that if they feel stuck in their lease or land ownership, I suggest they contact the Texans Conservancy, a nonprofit organization that works with communities, private landowners, and other parties to preserve land, restore habitat, while allowing parties involved to keep ownership. Texas Conservancy is dedicated to protecting land, water, wildlife, and Texas from negative impacts of land fragmentation and poorly planned development, and to connect people with nature. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm gonna try this one. Jennifer Garish?
Jennifer Carrick is okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Carrick, and I'm here today because many residents in this county believe we are approaching a critical turning point in how these industrial projects are being evaluated and advanced. I want to begin by making something very clear. This is not opposition for the sake of opposition. This is not fear of technology, and this is not resistance to growth. This is about transparency, accountability, infrastructure, and responsible governance. Over the past several months, residents have spent countless hours reviewing public records, concept plans, ERCOT materials, TCEQ filings, utility discussions, transmission proposals, and county agenda items tied to the growing industrial corridor forming across Hood and Somerville counties. And one thing has become increasingly obvious. These projects are not isolated anymore. Project Red, Project Yellow, Comanche Circle, Knox Ranch, additional data center campuses, gas generation, transmission expansion, wastewater systems, groundwater extractions, battery storage, ERCOT large load infrastructure. These are all becoming interconnected parts of much larger industrial transformation. And even ERCOT itself has now publicly acknowledged that Texas is experiencing unprecedented large load growth driven primarily by hyperscale data centers and AI infrastructure. ERCOT has openly stated that the traditional way of these projects were evaluated is no longer working. That matters. Because if ERCOT is now being forced to evaluate these developments cumulatively, then local government should not be pressured into viewing them one by one in isolation. And that brings me to the core concern many residents have today. The public repeatedly raised concerns involving noise, emergency response, groundwater use, wastewater, transmission expansion, industrial scale power generation, and cumulative infrastructure impacts. Those concerns were not hidden. They were raised publicly. They were documented, and they were known. Residents specifically requested transparency. They asked for supporting studies. They asked for mitigation plans. They asked to understand how these projects would avoid repeating the same problems that citizens have already experienced elsewhere in this county. But instead of receiving detailed mitigation frameworks, operational guarantees, or fully developed supporting analysis, residents were often left trying to piece together the true scale of these projects from scattered filings across multiple agencies. That should not be the responsibility of the public. That burden should not fall on ordinary citizens to reverse engineer the scope of regional industrialization through ERCOT Q reports, TCEQ permits, utility discussions, and fragmented concept plans or FOIA requests and to cooperating government agencies. And that is why process matters. Because when projects are introduced one way but later evolve into significantly larger infrastructure systems involving large electrical loads, private generation, wastewater facilities, transmission corridors, and phased industrial expansion, then this court has both the right and the obligation to demand additional scrutiny before these developments continue moving forward or go as far as gaining full approval. That is not obstruction. That is responsible governance. The issue is not whether development can happen. The issue is whether this county has enough information to responsibly evaluate cumulative impact, long-term infrastructure burdens, emergency response strain, water sustainability, environmental exposure, and future financial liability. Because once substations, generation facilities, utility corridors, transmission systems, and industrial campuses become established, it becomes significantly easier for additional projects to follow. That is how permanent industrial corridors form. And we are already beginning to see that process happen. Residents are not asking the court to stop asking questions. They are asking this court to keep asking them, because these decisions will affect this county for decades. And once the infrastructure is built, it cannot simply be undone. If you get a chance to ask some of these questions to the developers, I have a list. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lana Robinson.
Thank you, Commissioners, and my name is Lana Robinson. I live in Pecan Plantation, Precinct 2. I wanted to follow up with what Mr. Metter brought up this morning about tax abatements. I just want to say that we will absolutely insist that you do not reward these mischief makers with tax abatements. You had an opportunity to pass a resolution back, I think it was in April, that opposed these abatements, and only 2 commissioners voted for that, and that was Precinct 2 and Precinct 4. And because of that, the resolution failed. There was not enough to carry it. So I would just say that it would be a real insult to expect me as a homeowner and small business owner to have to pay my taxes and then have to foot the bill for their taxes also. I just don't think they need a free pass. It would be an unpardonable sin to me if you give them abatements. And I want to bring you back to remembrance of a resolution that you did pass on February 24th, and Christine might be able to find it. This is one that was called Hood County Commissioners Court Resolution on the Establishment of Additional Data Centers in the State of Texas and call for special legislative session. I want to remind you of this because you need to vote in consistent with what you passed in this resolution. It says, whereas the State Republican Executive Committee unanimously adopted the resolution on the establishment of additional data centers in the state of Texas on February 7, 2026, and whereas the Hood County Commissioners Court wholeheartedly supports said resolution language, which is largely included herein, whereas the pace of data center construction has exponentially increased across the United States and within the state of Texas, driven by the increasing demand for digital infrastructure, data aggregation, artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency mining, and related transaction settlement processes and cloud computing services. And whereas local resistance to data center projects has emerged across many states, including in Texas, due to concerns about the adverse impact of these massive projects on surrounding communities, the environment, public health, increased consumer cost and local resources, and whereas the state of Texas electrical grid, managed by the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, is already under significant strain due to a rapidly increasing demand for electricity. And whereas projection data indicate that without expanded capacity and infrastructure investments, Texas could face substantial shortfalls in electric generation and grid reliability over the next decade, raising risk of instability and increasingly higher energy costs for consumers. And whereas rapid increases in electricity demand attributable to data centers have raised concerns among grid operators and regulators about how to balance large continuous loads with the need to maintain reliable service for residential, agriculture, and business customers, especially during peak summer demand and extreme weather events, and whereas Texas faces persistent water scarcity and drought conditions in many regions of the state, leading to constraints on municipal water supplies and water management challenges for both agricultural and residential users, and whereas data centers, particularly the larger facilities commonly known as hyperscalers, require substantial volumes of water for cooling and related operations. And whereas estimates suggest that data center water use in Texas may reach tens of billions of gallons annually, with some projections indicating potential consumption of hundreds of billions of gallons by 2030, equating to a meaningful share of statewide water use amidst ongoing drought conditions. And whereas current regulations in Texas provide only limited requirements for transparent reporting and planning related to water consumption by data centers, making it difficult for communities and water planners to anticipate and manage future water needs. Therefore, be it resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court does hereby express our strong opposition to the establishment of additional data centers in the state of Texas until comprehensive enforceable safeguards are in place that protect electrical grid reliability and security, ensure compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act and Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, ensure responsible water use and respect community resource and public health needs, and that the Hood County Commissioners Court calls on Governor Abbott to expeditiously call a special session of the Texas legislature to address the rapid growth of data centers. And this goes on. I know I'm out of time, but I know that copies of it were sent to the governor, to the lieutenant governor, to our state senator, both state senators, to State Representative Shelby Slauson, State Representative Wes Verdell, and to ERCOT, the Water Development Board, and the Upper Trinity Grand Water District. And I want you to see every one of you signed it, including the county judge. So make your next votes about these data centers and this solar farm that will be later today. Take this resolution into consideration. Don't speak out of both sides of your mouths. Make it very clear what your position is. Is this really your position? Show it in how you vote. Thank you.
Speaker Shannon Wolf.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Shannon Wolf. I'm the Republican Precinct Chair for 211, which includes the area from Williamson Road down to Somerville County and out to the Brazos River, excluding the pecan plantation area. But in this area, multiple industrial projects are either proposed, under construction, or already operating within this area. And among them are 4 gas power plants, and if Pacifico is ultimately approved, then there will be 5 gas power plants concentrated in this one small area alone. And for perspective, the city of Fort Worth only has 2 gas power plants, and so it is unreasonable to expect this small area to contain this much pollution. And the pollution associated with these facilities will have a devastating consequence on my community. A pediatrician locally, practicing here locally, recently testified that the impact of this level of industrial pollution will be devastating for our children and our elderly and those that are having chronic medical problems. Today, though, I want to focus on the proposed red and yellow project data centers. Yesterday, their attorneys appeared before Judge Bufkin seeking to have him overrule this court. And it's my understanding that their filings included a request for a temporary restraining order intended to prevent this court from delaying their project. Attempting to sidestep you guys, it's unfortunately not surprising, especially considering that Mara is involved. What's also not surprising is they apparently did not have their paperwork in order. I'm sensing a theme here. Judge Bufkin reportedly gave them a week to correct all of their mistakes and resubmit to his court. It's also noteworthy that Red and Yellow argue that Chapter 232 applied to them, not Subchapter K, despite the fact that the state of Texas specifically granted Hood County Subchapter K protections because this county's water resources affect multiple surrounding counties, not just our own. Speaking of water, Texans were warned in news reports yesterday that much of the state is already experiencing drought conditions, with forecasts showing conditions worsening. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor report issued on May the 7th, the Hood County area is currently classified as abnormally dry. We're not even in summer yet. The claim is that there's plenty of water for these data centers. That's not reality. You know, these proposed data centers are going to take billions of gallons of water that belongs to the people here, to our livestock or our pets, our crops, or our vegetable gardens. They keep us alive. And I'm going to ask you to consider that as you consider all of these projects going forward. If I understand correctly, there's also been discussion about requiring Red and Yellow to return to the drawing board and correct the basic deficiencies, including errors involving their name. Which LLC is it and where are they located? I think that they have a post office box located inside of Staples on 377. I've been there. I didn't see anybody from Mara in that building. So, while I'm on the topic of inaccurate, they also indicated that they would be receiving their power from Wolf Hollow 2. But last year in a TCEQ hearing, Wolf Hollow 2 was testified that they were operating at 99% capacity. Now, how is it that they are going to receive power from Wolf Hollow 2 when they are already running at full capacity? Where are they going to get their power from? That's a problem that needs to be answered. So if Judge Bufkin can decline to consider their case because they didn't provide correct information, why can this court not do the very same thing? And I'm asking you to do the very same thing. Send it back to the drawing board, make them to correct their plans. I also, in my 29 seconds left, want to say something about Aqua. And I live in Canyon Creek. I have seen, Christine, did you happen to get that email with that picture in it by chance? They said that they could not handle all the rain and all the water because of that. What they did tell you is they had a broken water line, and that is what was causing all of that pollution to go into the Brazos. And so I'm going to ask this court to take a deeper look into what's going on with Agua and Caney Creek. I know that my time is up, and I don't know if Christine can find that picture or not. That's okay. I emailed it, you probably just didn't get it because of the internet. I will say this, Agua was already fined by TCEQ for violating their standards.
There's an agenda item later on this topic.
I have to leave, so I wanted to mention it now. But they are causing the citizens in Hood County to pay for their fine from TCEQ, and that's not right either. Thank you.
The last speaker, Robert Slater.
Hi. Bob Slater, President. I want to talk about Apache Hills again, one of my favorite subjects. I have a little bit of a slideshow to show in a moment. Since I last spoke about it, I really haven't heard from ERCOT. I'm not sure I would. Or Hood County Commissioners, or Clint Head, HC Development Director, who's on medical leave. So I did hear from, or did talk in a sideline conversation with Jeff Young. And Jeff had some comments to make, but it was not a full report. Apache Hills, as we know, is essentially a BESS operation, space-age technology, and we understand the implications of that. It's not perfect. They're also a financial arbitrage if we don't understand that. It's called buy low, store it, sell high. We make money. I get it. I understand it. It's the way America works. But you have to look at that as an aspect of what the total consideration is when you're talking about children. And we have to look at it. And that financial operation stack, so to speak, of a privately held company, Black Mountain Energy, which put all of this together. They have a significant number of projects with ERCOT, I think in the neighborhood of 20 to 25. They do a lot of this front running for ERCOT. And they did it here. They sold their position to Vetus, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And their project financing for the entire effort came through global financial pools, which include Europe. That's the way in which it works out. And that came about through the Inflation Reduction Act, which was introduced several years ago. You get a massive write-off year one on investments like this. Fire mitigation and personal safety is at the heart of this issue. Insurance companies cover that. It is likely the most sensitive and actionable item that you can deal with when you talk about something like this, especially for non-industrial users who are nearby. Lawyers will just jump all over this if something were to happen. But let me take you on a brief tour just for a moment. Rainbow is, as many of you know if you've been there, is located at 2727 Manbrino Highway. Maybe that's a future film title, I don't know. It's been there since 1998. It wasn't built yesterday. It wasn't built after the best unit was put in. It was built there years before. They have 10 employees. They have an average of 50 children under their care. In the summer months, it spikes even higher. I walked in just to acquaint myself with the operation and turned to the left, and they have a bumblebee group, and there were 2 children under the age of 1. I can't even recall when my grandchildren were at that age. It just stopped me in my tracks as 2 younger ones looked up at me. And I thought, I wonder if they can read an evacuation plan. I wonder if that works out. I had a conversation with the owner, Tama Laughlin. She bought the operation in '07. And she commented that she's had very minimal conversations with the owners or operators of this particular best unit, Vetus. Vetus basically approached her 2 weeks before they started construction. They're still working on the road nearby, and they have not finished construction as of yet, but they will soon. She said they have no evacuation plan presented to them by Vetus at this point. So, SunGrow, which you see right up here is a sign. SunGrow, under state law, state statute, is prohibited, so to speak, from having an operation in Texas under our adversarial considerations. I'm not going to get into describing the act. You know that. Tama is in a position where she has exhausted all of her resources. We have a school, an elementary school, elementary and high school, I believe, about a mile away. Manbreen School, Granbury ISD, it's a mile away. If you turn around, just take a peek at that sign. I've driven, seen it. Are they immediately affected? Who knows? Thermal flow, smoke, whatever it may be. I don't think we are in no way prepared to deal with a facility that sits in close proximity. And if you could roll it back a little bit to the...
I'm going to have to ask you to wind it up pretty quick, okay, sir?
I will. That facility, if you look at the picture, is about 100 yards away from the children's outdoor play area. It's a wind tunnel. It's difficult to do what they need to do, but they are required under state law to have their children out an hour and a half a day. They have to be state certified as a daycare center. I don't know if you're aware of that. But you have conflicting state statutes and the requirements of an entity such as this. Jeff Young is trying to look into retardants to deal with a fire crisis, and I don't think he has the answers. I'm sorry. He's a good man. We don't have the answers. We should not be approving anything like this for the people and the residents of Hood County. Insurance companies are all over this. They underwrite it, they layer it. They haven't shown us a plan. Have you seen a plan? I don't know how anyone in their right mind and being sensible can approve this kind of an operation, period. Thank you.
Concludes open mic. We're going to jump into miscellaneous. Miscellaneous business to be discussed and considered for approval. Item number 1, authorize the county judge to sign the unclaimed property capital credits for counties form for submission to the Texas Comptroller. I put this on the agenda. This has to do with unclaimed money from the utility company, from the electric company. They have to send it in its sheets down to the state, and we can apply and fill out a form to get a portion of that back for certain purposes. So do I hear a motion?
I move that we authorize the county judge to sign the unclaimed property capital credit for counties form for submission to the Texas Comptroller.
I'll second that. So we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson to sign the unclaimed property capital credits for counties form for submission to the Texas Comptroller, made by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the auditor to sign the audit engagement letter from Patillo, Brown, and Hill for the fiscal year 2025 audit. Take it away.
Good morning. This is just a standard form. I've never brought it to court before, but you guys are hiring this audit firm, so I thought you might want to read through it and make sure you agree. It's standard terms.
Anybody got any questions?
Just to check through it, the cost is $52,000 and something, $380 or something close to that. And that's in the budget.
Yes, yes, ma'am, under general administration.
So I move that we allow the auditor to sign the audit engagement letter from Patillo Brown Hill for the fiscal year 2025 audit.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Samuelson to allow the auditor to sign the audit engagement letter from Patillo, Brown, and Hill for the fiscal year 2025 audit, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 3, consider and take appropriate action to update the Hood County Jury Summons charity list to include only those charities contemplated by Texas Government Code Section 61.003.
Okay, so on the jury donation form, I'm going to go through the ones that we currently have. Crime Victims Compensation Fund, Hood County Child Protective Services Board, Hood County Children's Advocacy Center, Kids Armor of Hope, United Way of Hood County, Brazos Pregnancy Center, and Hood County Veterans Service Office. All of those are mandated to be on there with the exception of United Way of Hood County and Brazos Pregnancy Center. Also, I provided, it is on the screen, Commissioner Eagle asked me just to take a look at 12 to 18 months what these different charities bring in as far as donations. So that's on the screen and you have that in front of you as well. According to the Government Code 61.003, with the ones that are listed, United Way of Hood County probably needs to be removed. And then there were 2 approved but not submitted, not added to the jury summons, and that would be People Helping People and Hood County Senior Center, and those, according to that government code, would not apply to be on the jury summons.
Okay, so as we stand right now, we need to, you need to go through the process to delete the United Way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the ones that were approved earlier, one of them notified you to take themselves off, but the other one, do we need to remove that one as well?
Well, they were never formally added, so what happened was they were approved by Commissioner's Court, but then we were waiting because there was another charity that asked to be considered, and so we were waiting because the cost to do this is $600 with Tyler, so we wanted to do it one time, so we were waiting to see what happened with that. So the other 2 were never formally added to the jury summons, so no action has to be taken as far as my office is concerned.
So the motion would be to update the charities allowed for citizens to donate their jury pay to the list provided
Yes.
And just to clear this up, if you're wondering kind of what this is about, when the jury pool comes in here, this is the jury room, right? Central jury room. On jury week, they come in here and fill the room up, and they vetted, so to speak. And if they're chosen to sit on the jury, they're paid, I don't know if it's $10 a day or $15, what's their pay?
It's $20, $28 a day, and then it goes up if they're chosen to be on the jury longer than that.
Okay, so they get a small pittance to come up here and spend the day. And they can designate a charity, one of these listed charities. Instead of taking the money themselves, they can designate it to go to one of these charities. That's what this is about. But the state has certain parameters to which charities these can go to. So we're trying to get this cleared up. But right now, you have the United Way on there, and they're probably going to have to come off. And you can check in on the pregnancy center and see if that fits somewhere in there.
I did ask for an opinion from the county attorney, and then it was discussed through email with some of the other commissioners, and it looked like the Brazos Pregnancy Center was okay to remain.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you bringing that up. I don't see, do we need to take any action on this?
It may be beneficial for my office if you guys voted to remove the, just to have it on the record, the United Way of Hood County.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that we ask the district clerk to update the Hood County jury summons charity list to include only those charities contemplated by Texas Government Code 61.03, which includes the list at the bottom of your sheet with the exception of United Way.
Second. We got a motion made as stated by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, this, again, we're following code here. This isn't a choice, this isn't something that we get to pick and choose on. Code's specific about what charities we can allow on this.
Right. That's
kind of
correct.
way.
And I don't know, I mean, the United Way, I'd have to look at how long it's been on there. It's been on there for years. How long? A long time, and really, it shouldn't have been for the government code.
And this is, just everyone probably knows, but just to state it, this is purely voluntary. The person who's selected for jury duty can select one or not select one. This isn't something that's required by the person that's on jury duty.
So where are we? I forgot now. I'm sorry. Can I call the vote?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? No. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
All right. We are now at number 4, consider and take appropriate action to reimburse the North Hood County Volunteer Fire Department for engine 26 estimated repairs not to exceed $15,000. Take it away, sir.
All right, good morning. Scott Billington, North Hood County Fire Lieutenant and Board Chairman. So thank you for allowing us on the agenda this morning, and we're here today to discuss funding of the repairs for engine 26. Engine 26 is a 2001 apparatus that remains a frontline apparatus today. The total estimate, so the total estimate that I had originally sent was $13,600, approximately $13,677. We have then since received an updated estimate, of which I emailed last week. I don't know if it made it to her or not. The updated estimate is $14,926. And what that was is there was 3 undiagnosed items on the estimate. One of those we were able to get cleared up. It was about another $1,200 or so, which would be correct, $14,926. So that just leaves us with 2 undiagnosed items for engine 26 repairs. And while that number is very significant, I assure you it's not cosmetic. These repairs include the air system, which could lead to braking failure. It includes power steering system, which is controlling the unit. There's also pump-related issues that we need to get cleared up, which again is operational on-scene type issues. And a leaking water tank, which I can tell you that for the 1,800-gallon tank, we have showed up at times with only 900 gallons. That's not very operational. So the other two items that remain to diagnose, we will know once Siddons Martins gets in. And then I also want to say that we understand that the county is considering the purchase of a new engine, which would replace engine 26. Engine 26 would go to our second out. And while we completely appreciate that, that is looking to be somewhere around 24 months or so, maybe even 3 years out. So we need to take care of this engine that we have now, make sure we keep it operational. Not just that, but the safety that comes with that as well. The other thing I'll point out is that our budget to absorb this internally would require us to reconsider either new tools and equipment coming on the new tanker that we should be receiving in the next couple of months that you all have purchased for us, or possibly even bunker gear sometime around August, which we had planned to replace and purchase. So again, both operationally and safety is what we're having to consider in those costs. To date, we have spent approximately $16,000 in repairs from our last subsidy for our vehicles. So the addition of this being somewhere around $15,000 or so would put us at $31,000, or about 25% of our budget would be dedicated to repairs. And again, that could be operationally strapping. So today we just ask that the county, the court, please consider funding these repairs. I know that on the agenda it caps at $15,000. I would ask that since we do have the updated amount of $14,926, that cap be moved to $16,000 on the repairs. I would also ask that the door remain open in terms of the undiagnosed items. We would pay the next $3,000 above that for a total bill of up to $19,000. And anything above that, we would just, again, like to keep the door open to come back and discuss with the court any additional repairs that we deem to be significant. Based on what is left on the list, I think the probability of that is very low. I would just ask that we don't close the door on that possibility at this time. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to go over the estimate.
Yeah, and these are, looking over this list, these, you're right, they're not cosmetic things. These are functional and important to the use of that vehicle. It is a county-owned vehicle. It's not owned by the fire department. And you have a pretty significant portion of your budget already in repairs. So this is something that we did discuss when we were, going through this. Whenever you get hit with an unexpected bill, that you come to us and ask for.
Correct.
Just clarification for the public, this is a county-owned vehicle that is being used by the volunteer fire department. I just want to say that all our volunteer fire departments do an outstanding job of doing a lot with less. So thank you for that. I have a question for the auditor. So I think normally things like this, we would say contingency, but we also have an emergency services, emergency budget that we used for some emergency food assistance, but we got some of that money returned that wasn't used. I guess I'll look to Jeff. Is that an option for this, since it's emergency services, that could be used?
You do have Fund 101, that's typically for that's held aside for a COVID type, the whole county needs assistance immediately. So I would prefer that we use capital projects for something like this.
Yeah, that's an emergency management.
One second here. I think might have overlooked. I have a speaker signed up for this. Is that right, Ms. Carey?
Yes.
Okay, let us finish this up. We'll let you come up and say what you got to say. Do you have any comments, Mr. Young?
No, this being a county-owned vehicle, and it's, again, it's not cosmetic stuff, I completely support this.
Okay. All right, you want to allow the young lady to speak, and then we'll put this thing to a vote.
Hi, Jennifer Carrick. I'm trying to make this as brief as possible, very quickly. I have the utmost respect for our firefighters, and I think you guys deserve the most modern, most upgraded equipment possible. I see the counties fighting or not struggling here with $16,000, maybe even, you know, $19,000. We're fixing to have massive, we're discussing best battery storage and massive industrial upgrades to our county and all of that. The combined upgrade that I calculated out for our fire department to come up to code is almost $50 million. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at an additional fire station, we're looking at tanker upgrades, we're looking at potential hazards like thermal runaway, toxic gas release, explosion hazards, prolonged suppression operations, and potential multi-day incidences. In national documented incidences in BESS fires in Arizona and California, by the way, BESS can burn, lithium can burn up to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In California have already demonstrated firefighter injuries, large-scale evacuations, atmospheric monitoring concerns, and extended mutual aid deployments. They're no longer hypothetical scenarios. We actually have to prepare for that. That's a federal responsibility. Some require prolonged cooling operations, tanker shuttle systems, atmospheric monitoring, and sustained regional response coordination. In this case, this matters greatly in rural county because engines, tankers, brush trucks, EMS units, and command personnel become tied up at one prolonged industrial incident. The question becomes, who covers the next emergency? Who responds to the next structure fire, the next wildfire, the next medical emergency? It is important in a county already dealing with drought conditions, wildfire exposure, rapid population growth, and increased infrastructure strain. Financially, the issue is equally significant. Currently, county support for all 9 volunteer departments combined is approximately what, $1.125 million annually? I don't know, that's the estimate that I have. Yet a single modern industrial response engine may cost $700,000 to $1.5 million. A tanker apparatus may cost $350,000 to $900,000. And that does not include hazmat capability, atmospheric monitoring systems, responder training, station expansion, or long-term operational burden. So the central issue here is not whether the development happens, the issue is whether emergency response capability, responder readiness, water infrastructure, and public safety planning are scaling proportionally with the industrial hazard being introduced to Hood County. I'm specifically asking Hood County Commissioners to consider several actions moving forward. Require independent emergency response impact studies, require mutual aid and countywide coverage analysis, require water demand and suppression modeling, require project-specific industrial emergency response plans, and require long-term emergency response funding participation from industrial operators whose infrastructure creates these additional burdens. Let them carry the cost. If they want to come in, let them carry the cost. Public safety infrastructure should not become an afterthought after projects are already approved. It should be treated as foundational infrastructure equal to importance to roads, utilities, wastewater systems, and electrical infrastructure. So it also shouldn't be a taxpayer burden. And public safety in Hood County for this needs to happen for decades to come, especially when this massive industry is coming in. They need to get what they deserve. They need to get what they need to survive and to stay alive. Their equipment needs to work so we are safe. So whatever he's asking for, if I have to pay $5, $6, $7, $8, $10 more a month, I don't care. He's gonna get it. That's my personal opinion. But when it comes to all these upgrades that are necessary, make that industry pay for it.
Anybody have any further questions?
Yeah, I got a comment. To the citizens of Hood County, May the 23rd, 2026, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., Warren's Backyard. You have the opportunity to help support North Hood County Fire at a fish fry. $15 for adults and children, is that, or $8. But you can donate more if you so choose. There's also a live auction, if I understand correctly.
That's correct.
And some silent auction items.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is just another way for the citizens of Hood County to support the fire departments for the job that they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give a date again.
May the 23rd, which is a Saturday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the times I've been there, it's been a good feed.
I'm just going to go ahead and plug, next year, we're going to have a concert afterwards too, so just
That's
get
correct.
ready.
Move to reimburse North Hood County Volunteer Fire Department for engine 26, estimated repairs not to exceed $60,000 from capital fund 55.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to reimburse North Hood County Volunteer Fire Department for engine 26 estimated repairs not to exceed $16,000 from Fund 55, made by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And don't forget the fish fry.
Got it.
It'll be a week from Saturday, I think. All right. Number 5, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the request from Granbury Volunteer Fire Department for a vehicle change order on the quick attack truck ordered in the previous truck order. Change order request is $45,211.11.
Commissioners, thank you for your time this morning. Matt Hohan, Chief of Granbury Volunteer Fire Department. As you all know, I can be exceedingly long-winded, so if you need to, throw something at me and I'll try and chop it up. Small backstory on this project. The truck was ordered 2 years ago. Thanks to the Commissioner's support, we had Quick Attack 2 and a command vehicle ordered. This is back when you had made the purchase for the county tanker pumpers. The original request from Granbury was $330,000 for the payoff of our tanker truck. Due to legal reasons, we had to segue into purchasing these two apparatus. We had a short window when we were building the truck and placing the order, and at the end of the day, I just simply missed some of these items that I'm requesting. At the end of the day, that is what happened. As we move forward into April of 2026, now that we're at the pre-build phase of the truck, this is really the first time that you sit down with the manufacturer and you actually take a look at what you're building, and it is the beginning of the review process. And I want to make sure that the commissioners have this document. It's a Skeeter document with pending change order number 204. You guys seen that? Is that up there?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. And this is a line-by-line breakdown of the physical project. There's two components to this project. I like to think of it as tools and equipment and body modifications. And then the second part of this is an actual paint for not the chassis, but for the rescue body on the truck, and then also the doors of the rescue body. So I'm not talking about the cab or the chassis, I'm talking about the box that goes on the back of the truck. The total amount requested is $45,211.11. I'm sure you've got questions.
Yeah, we met and discussed this quite a bit, and it's aluminum, painting that aluminum, I don't know, that's a pretty significant cost, and if the fire department would like to do that, then, that's a...
Part of our problem with, it's not the problem with coming to the court. Part of the reason that we're here with the court today is through the subsidy that the county provides, we've actually spent it for the year. A lot of these projects we like to just absorb ourselves, but we had our truck payment this year, $75,000, and then we've had 3 grants that we've qualified for $25,000 for PPE, $25,000 for tools and equipment, $10,000 for training aids, and then we also qualified for the Texas Forest Service skid unit. And at the end of the day, $25,000, $25,000, the 10, and then I think it's 38 or 37,000. We just don't have anything left in the subsidy. And in this particular case, it's not one of those where we give the company building the apparatus an IOU and we'll tell them that, hey, we'll get you in October. It's not the case here. And that's why we're making the request to the court. The paint job, yes, I realize it's expensive. And the fact of the matter is everything's just done this. It has gotten high. The paint, yes, the body's aluminum. The paint also matches our fleet, but it also protects the actual body. Aluminum can corrode, and it helps protect that, okay? The one factor that I would ask the court to consider is that we can't paint it later. You want to paint it while it's in production. Trying to paint it later is, I mean, technically it's an option, but $25,000 will pale in comparison to try to painting it later. It has to be painted now. The other tools and equipment on here they can be installed later. But the physical paint job is one thing that we can't do later.
So if we don't do this, number 8, what will it look like? It's going to be...
Yes, ma'am, it's number 8 and number 23. Those two kind of go together. 8's the body and 23's the doors. Total there is 28,000, and
That's what it would be without paint.
the tools and equipment's 16,803. And then let me pull it up on my phone real quick.
I'm just asking, if you don't do this, what does the vehicle look like?
The cabin chassis will be white, so the passenger compartment will be white, and then the box itself will be aluminum, brushed aluminum. So that'll be the look of the truck. Obviously, we're a solid white paint job with red, and it will look very different from our standardized fleet. Quite frankly, it won't look like anything else out there.
Is that one how we ordered all of them without paint?
No.
Oh.
This is that one
Special order.
side work. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this does not affect the other engines.
The intention was to purchase the tanker that you had just recently bought. But
Correct.
due to loan constraints and stuff, we decided to go a different route and buy what you were looking at buying, which need that for collateral, and then you guys needed to own something. And,
Do you have any comments?
other than fire truck's supposed to be red.
Everything else on the list, I would completely support. The monitor on the front, I like them, but it could function without it, I think, because I've got 9 other departments, or 8 other departments that do it. But if you just remove the paint, the request would go down to $16,803.61. That would make the total cost of this truck, when it's all said and done, $290,718. And that's leaving the TFT monitor on the bumper. But at a time that I'm about to hit y'all with a $12 million request, if we can save $25,000 by not painting, I could go either way.
Total paint for the, for everything, totals out to $28,407.50. Yeah, that's the total for this thing.
Correct.
Any other comments from up here somewhere here?
Is that being a county truck, correct?
Yes, sir, this is definitely county apparatus.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the request for Granbury Volunteer Fire Department for a vehicle change order for the quick attack truck ordered on previous truck order change. The change order request is a total of $45,211.11.
Do I hear a second? No second, the motion fails. Do I hear another motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the change order minus those 2 paint items, page number 23, for $16,803 even,
At 61 cents.
and 61 cents from Fund 55.
Okay, what's the total amount?
$16,803.61.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Andrews for a vehicle change order for the Granbury Volunteer Fire Department on the quick attack truck ordered in a previous truck order to add $16,803.61 from Fund 55 for the noted additions, seconded by Commissioner Andrews.
Second by Samuel.
Okay, sorry, Nanette made the motion, Andrews seconded.
Kevin motion, Nanette second.
Morning. So Kevin made the motion, Nanette seconded it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. All right. Number 6.
Commissioner Andrews is requesting a break.
Actually, we'll take 5 minutes. Adjourn for 5 minutes. Please find your seats. It is, we're back in session. It is 5 minutes till 11, and back in session. We're going to break in on this agenda right quick. On agenda item number Okay, it's Roman numeral 9, under business to be conducted. A, subdivisions, roads, and plants. Number 2, development. B, number B. Can you come up, sir? I know we got some speakers signed up for this. Sorry it's taken me a while to get here.
Okay, this is about red and yellow?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess to try to give a little backstory about what happened last week and what happened yesterday, and to try to be as transparent as possible, obviously they filed a lawsuit against Hood County Thursday of last week, and it was set for an immediate hearing yesterday afternoon, and some of the people who were here today were there to watch yesterday. One of the real challenges is open meetings. You know, normally, if you're discussing things, let's say, before the court starts about a settlement or anything like that, you can kind of just make a decision, whereas that implicates open meetings problems if the Commissioner's Court decides, oh, this is what we want to do, or that's what we want to do. So the proposal yesterday was simply to remove it from the docket and set it eventually for a hearing on motions for summary judgment. So it was not going to be heard yesterday. The potential advantage would be, since they just served us Thursday and we were trying to respond Monday, there's almost no time for the law firm to research everything and put everything together. So that's one advantage potentially for the county. But basically on their side, they said, we'll agree to give you more time, but we don't want to have an adverse decision in court today. They knew that it was on the agenda today. So they said, if you'll agree to pull it off the agenda, we'll agree to give you more time and set it for hearing at a later date on a summary judgment motion. So that was essentially what was discussed. So I thought, well, how am I supposed to talk to the Commissioner's Court about this? How can the Commissioner's Court decide what to do about an agenda item the following day? So I thought, well, the best scenario that we could get, I pulled two of y'all in, and I kind of excluded the other two and did the best I could. So basically, at the beginning, we were talking with the lawyer, and Nanette and Jack were in the room, and then ultimately, it was just me, the lawyer, and Nanette, and I kind of left it on her. It's her precinct, and I said, what do you want to do? And she was fine with, and tell me if I've misrepresented any of this.
Well,
but I just want the public to know. So that was the decision that was made, and so it was removed from the docket yesterday, and it was stated in court that we would agree to pull this from the agenda today. So that's where we are.
Yeah, well, and actually the Rule 11 agreement was read into the record yesterday, and just to be, I think just to make this good and clean, I'm going to make the motion to remove this from the docket, I'm going to make a motion to pass on this today, on this item number Roman numeral 9-2B, that we remove this from the agenda. So I got a motion to remove it from the agenda, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, and I think that this is getting where we want to go. We've mentioned repeatedly that we want a judgment on the authorities of 232, 231, and this is bringing that clarity into a court of law where we can get some case law on this.
And it should be still quick. I mean, relatively speaking, we're talking, I'm just going to guess 6 weeks maybe from the sound of it.
At the most.
Yeah, maybe less. But they said, I believe it was 7 business days for them to file their motion for summary judgment, and then there'd be a response from...
21 days.
Right, and then there'd have to be a hearing set, which whenever the court can accommodate.
Yeah, a motion for summary judgment would be a motion based on a legal issue, the legal question, that's all it is. And so it was just too expeditious to try to do anything yesterday. So still, we got a motion on the table, a second. Is there any other comment? All in favor say aye. Aye. No opposition, so that's pulled from the docket. Thank you, Mr. Mills. All right, we'll get back to the regular agenda now. Number 6, consider and take appropriate action to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Eagle to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the jail addition project.
Mr. Eagle, can I make a suggestion that we take 6 and 7 together?
Sure. So let me rephrase that. Consider and take appropriate action to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Eagle to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the jail addition project and for the master thoroughfare plan project.
And just to make sure, this is not for us to make independent decisions during interaction with those project managers that we've hired. This is where we can bring information back to the court and present it at that point.
And there's continuity involved with this because Commissioner Wilson's been involved in the jail addition project. I have, and so we're happy to do this, but we'll still be bringing it to the court for any kind of decision making. So, do I hear a motion?
I'd just like to say that
We're
I
on
feel
number
like I
6.
led the master thoroughfare plan from
Oh, that's true.
up until the adoption of the master thoroughfare plan, so I would like to be the point of contact for that. So I nominate myself.
Well, then why don't we take these one at a time?
Well, because I think that with, what I would like to say is, we could split these up, so have Eagle and Wilson on the first one, and Commissioner Andrews, if you're interested in that, on the master thoroughfare plan.
Okay, I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
Item number 6. Consider and take appropriate action to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Eagle to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the jail addition project. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Eagle to act as point of contact to present items to the court for the jail addition project.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? We have a motion by Commissioner Wilson to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Eagle to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the jail addition project. Seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I've got a question. Does geography matter at all on that? I mean, I am a block away. So, I mean, not that it,
I hear what you said, but I'm going to call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All in opposition say nay. Motion passes 4-0. Item number 7, we have one speaker. Mr. Metter?
A pass.
Passing. So consider and take appropriate action to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Eagle to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the master thoroughfare plan projects. Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, this, again, is part of the ongoing effort that we've been working on. The master thoroughfare plan, the largest impact is in precinct 3, although all the other precincts are affected, but the bulk of the major portion of the contract, of the plan is in precinct 3, specifically 167, which goes into precinct 2. And there will be the point of contact, again, just to bring information back to the court, not to make any decisions on at any time.
And Commissioner Samuelson wants that, if Commissioner Wilson's just voiced his opinion and he wants to be on it for sure, And if Commissioner Samuelson would rather be on it than me, then that's fine with me as well. So give me how about give me a motion?
All right, I'll move. Well, I don't know about Commissioner, you want to, Commissioner Andrews have anything to say?
I'm good.
Okay. I'll move to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Samuelson to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the master thoroughfare plan projects. And there are quite a few of the projects that are in precinct 2.
All right, I'll second that. So we have a motion to designate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Samuelson to act as points of contact to present items to the court for the master thoroughfare plan project, made by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Eagle. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Okay, number 8. Discuss, consider and take appropriate action for roof repairs at Annex 2 due to damages caused by the winter storm of January 2026. Take it away.
Good morning, Commissioners. This has been a long process with insurance, but we're finally at a point where I need to ask you to make a decision for us. We have a few bids. I'm recommending the lowest price bid we have, which came in at a total of $77,648 plus a 1.2% bonding fee. As we sit right now, insurance has written us a check for $58,823.89, and that would leave us on the hook for $19,755.90. Melissa Wilburn here is covered. $19,755.90.
What fund would that come
When I budgeted for the insurance, I added some deductible amounts in that line item, so that's where I recommend it come out of, is the insurance line, unless the auditor does not agree.
I like that.
Okay, and that is recoverable, or a portion of that is recoverable.
It is,
Our
yes.
our deductible is $10,000, so at the end of this, we would anticipate a check coming back with the remainder of that
Yes.
$10,000.
Yes, the less recoverable depreciation. Yeah.
Okay, now, we had discussed with the county clerk, where she's got the record retention, and that is part of this insurance settlement, correct? The damage records?
That's correct. I did submit the invoice for the 4,000 and something. Yes.
Okay.
2-pack.
All right, and she has agreed to use the record archival fund to pay for that portion of it. So that portion can come out of the archival fund for the county clerk, with her consent, of course, so if she's not a member.
It's an allowable expense out of that fund. And if that fund is very limited in what you can pay for, but since these were historical books, I can use that to pay out of that fund.
So with that, I'll make the motion to grant the bid to Hollowell.
Paragon Roofing.
Paragon, sorry. Paragon Roofing with the, I've got 19,755.90.
That's how much Ms. Wilburn would be covering from her budget line. The total on that, after the 1.2% bonding fee, would be $78,579.77.
Okay, so trying to make sure I get everything included in this motion. So the 19,755.90, would it make sense for that to all initially come out of the insurance fund and then reimburse that from the archive fund, or leave those two separate?
Leave them separate. So part of that 19 is the 4,200. Yeah, we can do it separate,
Okay.
straight out of the gate. That way there's no extra work.
Okay, so amend that motion to make that the archival fund to cover the records redo, and then the rest of that to come out of the insurance fund. I think that'll be.
Okay, would you restate your motion, please?
Okay.
If you're making a motion, please restate it.
Yes, to grant the bid for work to Paragon Roofing with our portion free depreciation recovery from TAC of $19,755.90. Okay, $4,200 of that to come out of the archive fund, the county clerk's archival fund, and the remainder to come out of insurance in personnel.
Is this the TPO roof? Is that the one?
So do I hear a second to that very clear motion?
Second, that very clear motion.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes. Thank you. Okay, number 9. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve the revisions to the following Hood County employee policies. Come on up there, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
I believe everyone received a copy of the revisions, changes or additions are highlighted in yellow. The strikeouts are in red. Does anyone have any questions or comments regarding the 4? I am asking you to pull the exempt status policy. The treasurer and I are still working on that policy.
I have a question about, on this, where it's talking about full-time definitions.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe I read through these and maybe I just didn't catch it, but what's the difference between non-exempt and hourly? I don't know what. I saw a definition of non-exempt, but I didn't see a definition of hourly.
Hourly is really your part-time. They're paid by the hour. Would you like for me to add that in there?
Okay. I thought it said somewhere in the definition of full-time that it's hourly, but I'm not seeing it now.
It does right there.
Oh, okay, yeah, right there in yellow. It says employees are classified as exempt, non-exempt, or hourly, but it's under the full-time employee definition.
Okay.
So that was confusing to me. If hourly is not full-time.
I think it's just defining what an employee is. In general, we can move it somewhere else.
I can put it under the part-time employee definition. I mean, employees do ask what they make hourly. I mean, that's a big deal to employees, but they're actually paid on a biweekly salary.
Oh, so I think what Leanne's saying is move this sentence, employees are classified as exempt, non-exempt, or hourly employees, like right above where it starts talking about full-time.
You can, I mean, it's just defining what an actual employee is, whether you're full-time, part-time, or hourly, exempt, non-exempt.
Okay. So would you rather it be up at the top?
Doesn't matter. You could put it under the second paragraph.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and then I think the statement on the back, that effective January 1st, 2007, I think that whole paragraph would be deleted because you've got that in each of the sections, that it's required to be participate in TCD.
I think I just left that there because I thought it was good historical information as far as when it was required by TCDRS. Okay.
On the Fair Labor Standards Act, does anybody else have? I saw on the second paragraph, non-exempt employees, where it talked about the biometric time clock. I saw somewhere else that mentioned or the U.S. telephone. Does that need to be added here?
Where at?
Well, on another, it's on the other policy.
That one has to do with law enforcement.
Okay, so that doesn't apply here.
It does not. Unless the treasurer, okay.
Could we read the state where it's under the first, upon receipt, under the first red line, upon receipt of each paycheck, the employee should immediately verify the accuracy of the paycheck for all regular and overtime hours. Just avoiding he, she, they, any of those words.
So change it to should immediately verify they were paid correctly?
No, immediately verify the accuracy of the paycheck for all regular and overtime hours worked.
Yes, we can. And remove all of that FYI.
Yeah, then you don't have to have he, she, they,
Sure.
none of those pronouns.
Yes, we can.
And on the non-exempt status employees,
To read this thing.
well, I circled that FSLA has set a minimum weekly rate for exempt employees and then asked the question, why is this in here? But is there a reason why that statement's in here?
Which one, I'm sorry?
On the non-exempt? The FLSA has set a minimum weekly rate for exempt employees.
I think that was probably just put in there as information to this employee who is actually defined as exempt. But I don't think there's any reason for it to have to be there, no.
Okay.
I think it was originally just put in at the very beginning.
That's fine. So on non-exempt employees, an employee is considered non-exempt if the employee, so just say if the employee instead of if.
I agree, you got singular, plural,
Okay.
singular there. This is, don't even start me on this one.
An employee is considered non-exempt if the employee, and then earns and all of that.
Okay.
Well, then you gotta put the S back and does, right?
Yeah,
Because then it
employee
becomes
earns.
We can do
singular.
that, yes.
Yes. And then overtime compensatory pay for employees, should we just stick with the word employee instead of staff? It says according to FLSA, all non-exempt staff, so shouldn't that just say all non-exempt employees?
We can change it to employees, yes.
That's it. Oh, no, one more on the back.
Okay.
Backstage, where it's redlined resource department, if the employee believes pay is incorrect.
Under which one?
Right there by where the red line is resource department, it should say if the employee believes.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Do we need a vote?
Yes, sir.
Which one are we exempting, taking off?
The exempt status policy, I believe it was B, yes, 9B.
So do I hear a motion for A, C, D, and E, right?
Yes, sir.
I move to adopt I move to adopt and approve the revisions to the following Cook County employee policies with the revisions made today. Employee status, Fair Labor Standards Act, harassment, and non-exempt status.
Second.
So we have a motion as stated by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 10, discuss, thank you, ma'am. Discuss June 9th regular Commissioners Court regarding whether a quorum will be in attendance. This was put on by me, and I put this on here because I am not going to be here on that day. The judge, and I'm not sure whether the judge will be back. So I just wanted to basically call this to the attention of the rest of the Commissioners Court that if one more of you are gone, we won't have a quorum. So everybody else is just committed, they will be here. And again, the judge may be here, I don't know, but I just want y'all to know that I won't be here. And that, there's no vote need or anything, just letting everybody know. All right. Oh, and one of y'all, let's see, I guess Commissioner Wilson, or if the judge doesn't show up,
Kevin, myself.
yeah, one of y'all need to decide who wants to MC that day. All right. Number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to appoint a new member to fill a vacancy on the Department Development Commission, Commissioner Andrews.
Yes, we've had a resignation off the Development Commission, and had some very, very good and impressive applications there. And Gary, you want to get up and say anything?
Putting myself out there to. My name is Gary Davis. I live in Commissioner Andrews' precinct, and I am retired and living in Tolbert, Texas. And I have had 40 years of experience with architecture firms doing project management relating to the development of different projects around the United States and the world, relating to things like data centers globally, and also projects for the GSA, for major developers, global developers, and have been successful in doing those projects, and feel like I would have something to bring to the table.
Now, you know, the qualifications and the pertinence of the things that you've done in your career seem to point specifically to what we're looking for here. And I would like to acknowledge Mitch. He's here with us today, and I was very impressed. I absolutely was. But with that, I'd like to make a motion that Mr. Davis fills the vacancy on the development precinct.
Second.
So we have a motion to bring Mr. Gary Davis on to the Development Commission, made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? No opposition, passes 4-0. Thank you. My condolences. No.
Come on now.
Sorry. Gotta throw a joke in once in a while, right? All right. Number 12, discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign a resolution supporting a statewide wireless 911 service fee adjustment and sustainable funding model for next generation 911. Commissioner Samuelson put this on the agenda.
Yes, thank you. So we have a hand here from the North Central Texas Cause, along with Sean McGuire, who's head of our 911 award, which is the 911 center. This came up a month or so ago, and we had some to modify it just a little bit, and so it's back today. One of the questions that I had was, while the fee hasn't gone up, there's thousands, millions of more cell phones in Texas than there were in 1997. But she explained that to me, and why don't you go ahead and take it from here?
So I'm Leanna Russell. I am the data manager for the North Central Texas Emergency Communication District, where we are referred to as NCT 911, and we are the 911 authority for Hood County and 13 other counties surrounding the DFW Metroplex. Wireless fees on your phone are collected at the comptroller's office. Everybody has the 50-cent fee on their wireless devices, on their statements. That is collected at the comptroller's office into what we call the wireless trust fund. And once a month, the comptroller sends that money to the state agency, which is Commission on State Emergency Communication, or we fondly call them CSEC. And then CSEC keeps their state portion and puts it into their fund. And our money is then distributed to us and the other 27 now emergency communications districts throughout the state once a month. But it's done by population. It is not done by device, because we learned years ago that if you try to do it by device, that probably the city of Dallas and Houston would end up with all the money and nobody would end up with any. So it's done by population. We get 7.1016 of that money out of that trust fund every month that is sent to us.
So still, with the population division, still a large portion of that, even though the number of cell phones has increased in our 911 area, a large portion of it, the portion of it goes still to the big population centers, whether it's Fort Worth.
Well, no, you really can't relate it to cell phones, because they collect all the money into into the trust fund, and then it's distributed based on population. So,
all right. So the other thing that we added, if you'll scroll down to, or that I added, and so up to approval by the court, was one of the questions I had is, this seems like requesting an unlimited tax increase on the tax there. So if you'll keep going. Yeah, I'll keep going. Right here. So number 3, so points 1, 2, and 4 were already there. I just inserted, which number 3, that this court would support funding model with the condition that the annual increases should not exceed CPI. Because the way it was before, it was just, which, as we all know, this is going to go to the legislature. They're going to do what they do. They may totally ignore our resolution and do what they want to do, but this just felt, from this court standpoint, knowing how we are conservative on tax increases for our constituents, I felt like it needed to be there, but it's up for discussion.
That was the piece that we were looking for, because it was kind of open-ended initial resolution.
and you are correct. The push behind us going to all the commissioners' courts and to the city councils was to actually just get support that we needed to show, because we have been working on a funding adjustment, just an adjustment, not a sustainability, but just a funding adjustment for 3 sessions. And we get this close, and then somebody changes. So we do really appreciate everybody being in support, because just to give you an idea of why we're asking for an increase, our old model in Legacy, everything was tariffed, everything was relatively reasonable in expenses, and our revenue matched our expenses. When we were mandated by the state to go to what is now referred to as Next Generation 911, but in our shop it's just 911, those costs tripled. I talked to a 911 authority yesterday who said her bills went from $9,000 a month to $32,000 a month. And she's able to do more because she's a different kind of 911 authority. She's a municipality. But that just shows you, in context, how much things are costing now due to this change.
thank you for coming and attending, and thank you, Sean, for bringing this back to, and organizing the communication that we have. So with that, I'll move that we adopt the resolution supporting a statewide wireless 911 service fee adjustment and sustainable funding model for next generation 911.
So we have a motion to allow the county judge to sign a resolution supporting a statewide wireless 911 service fee adjustment and sustainable funding model for next generation 911, made by Commissioner Samuelson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 13, allow the county judge to sign the updated memorandum of understanding with EPN for electronic filing of documents in county clerk land deed records. You're up. You're up, Miss Award-winning county clerk.
All right, so this is just to update the MOU. I work with several e-recording companies to file in land and deed records, and there's only specific entities that are allowed to use electronic filing. I've been going through, this will be the last one of the companies, and updating this, mainly to reiterate to these companies, because we have a lot of entities that try to e-file, and they're not in compliance with Local Government Code 195-003. So, and the other reason I've been doing this is because we now have our cybersecurity addendum, which hasn't been a part of any of these older MOUs, and so just making sure that we get those appended to these agreements. So other than that, nothing else changes, just getting these all renewed and getting them up to speed.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to allow the county judge to sign the updated memorandum of understanding with EPN for electronic filing of documents and county clerk land deeds.
Got a motion by Commissioner Andrews to allow county judge to sign the updated memorandum of understanding with EPN for electronic filing of documents to county clerk land deed records, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 14, discuss issue with Aqua Texas wastewater treatment plant failure in Canyon Creek and take any appropriate action if necessary. Take it away, Commissioner Samuelson.
Thank you, and Ms. Stack's going to come up to the mic from our environmental department. So, as you may or may not be aware, there was an unauthorized discharge from Aqua Water wastewater treatment plant into the lake a couple of weeks ago. So, do you want to bring us up to date?
Okay, so you kind of asked me to give you a timeline of events. On May the 26th, 2022, I reached out to the Brazos River Authority. We were having an issue with a different wastewater plant in the county, owned and operated by Aqua, for guidance, and I wanted to meet with the TCEQ representative when they came to the county, because I had already had concerns with the Canyon Creek wastewater plant. Regarding the Hood County development regulations state that if a sewer connection is within 300 feet of a sewer main, they are required to tie on the sewer unless the purveyor cannot support it. And I was worried about the size of the plant. I emailed that at 7:37 on the 26th. At 11:36, same day, May 26th, we were asked to go to Canyon Creek because they had a sewer main break. We went out took pictures, emailed them to TCQ, and updated TCQ on that.
And again, this was in 2022.
Yes. TCQ, of all of the documents that I have been able to access, was content until 9/8 of '23. They logged paperwork that Canyon Creek wastewater plant failed to report the sludge disposal. In other words, the volume of sludge they were taking out of the plant and disposing it at a licensed facility. They counted that as a minor infraction. Same day, TCQ cited Canyon Creek wastewater plant for failure to obtain authorization to commence construction of the additional treatment plant and collection facilities because flow had reached 90%. And the dates they recorded the 90% flow was February through May of 2022. In May of '25, Aqua was fined because of those infractions from '23, $16,875. They paid $13,000 of it and were given the proposal for a $3,500 discount if they performed everything in a timely manner. At this point, I'm presuming that's going away and they'll be required to pay the full fine. On 11/24 of 2025, I received a call from the Brazos River Authority regarding the Canyon Creek wastewater plant. I was sent pictures. We had the same kind of spill in November that we had April 27th. I sent the Brazos River Authority all my contacts, all my email. For Aqua Texas, they did reach someone on the 24th at the plant, and that representative stated they had an I&I issue. In case an I&I issue is infiltration and inflow, referring to excessive groundwater and stormwater that improperly enters sanitary sewer systems through broken pipe, illegal connections, or faulty manholes. This clear water reduces system capacity, increasing treatment costs, causing sewage backups, and can trigger sanitary sewer overloads, which harm the environment.
And when did that happen, the I&I?
Do what?
When did the I&I event happen?
11/24 of '25. For lack of a better term, there's a stormwater, sewer clean out in a waterway, a low spot where all the water from the rain enters the sanitary sewer and washes the plant through itself.
What kind of a rain event does that take? I mean, what does it take? I assume that this is like a clean out or something that's low down on the ground. Maybe the cap is missing, stormwater comes up, it's above the top of this clean out, and it floods.
Yes.
What?
Okay, if it's where any running water reaches and goes into the sewer, whatever causes water to run, however much rainfall that causes the water to run in that low spot.
So are you thinking it has to be a flash flood or just any amount of rain?
I'm like, why don't somebody go go out there, cut the top of that thing off and glue a longer pipe onto it and stick it up out of the ground? I mean, is there something I'm not seeing here? Is it a manhole cover in a street or something that gets covered up and
Well, but at this time, because this, Aqua is a private entity. They're not like a city, where you have the city street department that can tell you. So they're a for-profit organization. How much time are they gonna take researching where their problem is?
Well, I think what.
With, unless they're getting fined.
Yeah, they get fined by TCEQ and encourage them to act.
In August of '23, the state of Texas fined Aqua $448,710 for removing more water than they were allowed from the Texas aquifer somewhere down around Austin. So this is a out-of-state company that has multiple facilities all over the state. I mean, Hood County, I can name a few. They have the water plant in Whippoorwill Bay, Bent Water. They have one that runs right along behind 377, behind Grumps and all of that. They have Rock Harbors.
Let's get back to the timeline on Canyon Creek. So you were up to November of '25, and then what happened after that?
Okay, they are required within 24 hours to report a spill to TCEQ. And then a full report is required in 7 days. So they would report the spill within 24 hours, and then they would give a full report to TCEQ in 7 days. If you look up their operating number for the Canyon Creek facility for an extended period of time, every month they have something. Then the next timeline I have an update would be 4/28 of 2026. I received notice that from the Brazos River Authority that the wastewater plant in Canyon Creek had issues again. The Brazos River Authority informed me they were doing a site visit. I know Aqua performed some form of remediation at that time. On 4/29 of 26, I called and left a voicemail with TCEQ Region 4. They emailed me back and stated that, and I'm not really sure how to pronounce, Deharjo informed me that he would be visiting the site, but what they give the Brazos River Authority and what they give me, TCEQ, is the same time frame. It was between 5 and 7 days. On 5/5, last Tuesday, I left here as soon as Commissioner Court the special session was over, and went to Canyon Creek and met the Brazos River Authority and TCEQ on site with Aqua representatives. It was recommended that they put some form of sludge barrier in the cove where the plant goes in, and clean any existing residual from the initial spill on the 27th. I have not received a report from TCEQ, an updated report from TCEQ yet. I have received a timeline from the Brazos River Authority, and the Brazos River Authority is also sending out a letter to the local dock owners, whether it was via email or postal mail, I don't know which. On 5/7 of '26, I received an update from the Aqua representative that they were going to be placing a sludge net in the cove. But I had also asked them for the number of taps that were on the Canyon Creek water and wastewater systems. The current number of taps for water in that area is 1270, and the current sewer taps are 588. I do know currently the Brazos River Authority and the TCQ representative should be at the plant right now doing a follow-up investigation.
Is that plant sized and capable of handling 588 taps without the rainwater incursion?
No. That plant is sized for 42,000 gallons of wastewater. It is my understanding they are putting about 160,000 in the plant.
They were at 90% flow on September 8th, 2023. And there have been numbers of homes built out there now. As people who live in Canyon Creek probably already know this, but part of Canyon Creek is on septic. There's about 1,200 homes out there. The remainder of the 588, so the 588 that are on wastewater treatment, the others are on septic. So I have a lot of questions for TCQ. Are you done? Or you want me to stay up there and respond to some of the questions that I might have, or are you finished with your?
I'm finished, that's all I have.
So my first question was, okay, back up. So Canyon Creek or Aqua Texas has applied to expand their plant. It's in the TCEQ process. It's in a comment phase right now, but they have their permit. They're asking for to expand to 150, 115.
115,000.
Yeah, so they're asking to go, there it is right there. So they're asking to go to 115. My question is who's supposed to be monitoring Aqua if they were already at 90% capacity? How are they still adding taps?
Okay.
And this won't happen until they're in the comment phase. It may or may not. You see right here, they applied for it almost 2 years ago. On September 25th, 2024, it's in the comment phase now. It's still got to go through the process to get approved, and then they have to build it. So there's not going to be an expansion of the wastewater treatment plant for at least 18 months. But there's continuing homes being built and taps being requested.
On this, I don't know as far as how a private entity handles this. The city of Granbury, once you're required to report wastewater amount, volumes, I believe monthly to the state, TCQ. Once you reach a certain level of capacity, you're required to start application to enlarge your plant. In the city of Granbury, they had moratoriums recently. The reason they did a moratorium was to try to keep the plant from overextending itself while they worked through it. So the city of Granbury established a moratorium in that area, stopping taps. According to the representative we met, Aqua is doing roughly 3 taps a week in Canyon Creek. I don't know as a county what our guidelines are. Can the commissioner's court make a ruling, or Canyon Creek.
Yeah, so we spoke with the HOA at Canyon Creek, and when someone is building a home, they require them to get a letter saying that they've been approved for a tap, or if it's septic, they've been approved for a septic. So they're not monitoring the size of what Aqua has. TCEQ gave me the phone number, the contact information below, Water Quality Division, that I can ask my questions about the permitting process. So I've followed up with them, but they haven't called me back yet. So I asked for someone from TCEQ to be here today, but they were not available to attend. But I did get an email early this morning with a response to some of my questions, which I'll read. So one question is there a conclusion to the investigation? The investigation is currently ongoing. Is there still raw sewage being discharged from Aqua Texas wastewater treatment plant? The answer was no. The discharge stopped on April 27, 2026. Have there been any mitigating measures put in place to contain or remove the sewage that was discharged into Lake Granbury? Yes, Aqua Texas is working with MagnaFlow to clean up the impacted area. We have received information about the response and are conducting a follow-up investigation today, as Ms. Mack said, to confirm their actions and elevate if further response actions are required. How many days did the discharge occur? 1 day. What is your estimation of the number of gallons of untreated wastewater that was discharged into the lake? It is estimated that 1,800 gallons of wastewater was discharged. How will Aqua Texas be held responsible? Will there be fines associated with this discharge? If so, what is the amount of fines assessed? The investigation is still ongoing, and we are assessing any potential violations related to this discharge and operations of the wastewater treatment plant. What will the corrective action be to ensure this does not happen again? If violations are alleged, the recommended corrective action will address cleanup in impacted areas and mitigating future discharges. So I still have a lot of questions about what happens between now and the expansion. Do they have the physical space to expand?
Yes, they did purchase a larger area. They had purchased an area where they are going to place the new plant, and it is my understanding, this is 115 gallons. If this can be approved and they start work in August, it's going to take 14 months for that plant, before that plant can go online, just to give y'all a timeline. I believe the recommendation from the state was to allow this plant to, or this application to progress. And once it's approved, they're going to require them to come in, do an amendment from the 115,000 gallons to 250,000 gallons. They have the room. They will put the new plant on the new land they purchased. And from my understanding, the day this plant is finished, I don't know the timeline on when they will start the progress to re-expand. And then they will remove the old plant and start a secondary plant of another 250,000 gallons. Now that's a tentative idea that they were throwing last week when I was meeting with them.
So the question that I have is, this application's been in process since 2024. If they change it from 115 to 250, does it have to start over, or does it continue on? That's a question for TCEQ.
Yes, that would be a question for them. But I know that it was recommended that we let this continue on Is that the one I give you? I'm just,
It's the one that's in the
yes,
county.
that's the current one we received about the same, somewhere close to the 27th. We received this information in April.
So the other question that I had, our emergency management department put out a warning, but I don't understand why the BRA didn't make a broader announcement as soon as it happened, because there's more than just Canyon Creek that was impacted by the wastewater in the lake. So ours was, I would say that our public notice was late, but it was I think it was better than not telling people at all, but I do feel like that BRA should have done it sooner, or we should have done it sooner, as soon as we knew about it. But the BRA they put out a notice just to the Canyon Creek dock owners.
It says this is their letter dated yesterday. Dear Lake Granbury permit holder, you have been identified as a permit holder that is within near proximity of a wastewater treatment plant that discharges effluent into Lake Granbury. This private wastewater facility located in the Canyon Creek subdivision is owned by Aqua Texas Incorporated and permitted and regulated for such activities through the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Recently, there was a reported discharge of wastewater into Lake Granbury from this facility. This unintentional discharge has been investigated by TCQ and the Hood County Health Department and is being remediated by Aqua Texas. This is a courtesy notification to property owners in the immediate vicinity of the facility for situational awareness so that discretion can be used for any activities in the water near your facility until the cleanup is complete. Health and safety are of the utmost concern and the cause for this courtesy notification. The BRA has investigating and is aiding the Hood County Health Department with reporting to the TCQ.
And what was the date on that?
May the 11th, 2026.
Well, I don't know that there's any action to be taken. I just wanted to make sure that, everyone on the court knew of this situation, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be resolved as far as what they're supposed to be doing, since they're over capacity, is trucking out the excess that they're not supposed to, more than the 42,000 gallons a day. They're supposed to be trucking it out. That's a lot.
They have additional storage placed with this plant currently. I think there may have been some kind of breakdown in hauling. I don't know for sure the volume that they are hauling off. That's not something that's reportable to me. That's reportable to the state.
So
And that's a significant amount that they're hauling off. Where is that?
They would get the sludge hauler or the hauler does a manifest log detailing where all of this goes and where they disposed of it at.
So there's a place on the TCEQ website where you can go and look for, which this is what Gary Sinclair at TCEQ sent me, where you can go and look at the incidents that have happened, violations, reports, which you probably told me about. I'm not going to, I just clicked on this link that he sent, so I'm not sure where it would be, but there's a list of, this is just for that one facility. It's got the date that a review happened and whether there was a violation. And it looks like it's done every month. And pretty much since February of 2020, violation exists is yes, except for April of 2026, April 8th of 2026. So I think we just need to make sure we keep on top of this and with TCQ and continue to follow up on what their corrective action is. Because like you said, they're a private entity, but they're impacting the lake, you know, the health of the lake, which is our entire county's concern.
So them saying that this happened just one day, this was like one-time release, and the trucks are back to hauling this off, and it's not going into the lake anymore right now? Is that what I'm getting, or is this an ongoing, continuing, every day?
Okay, we know that it happened in November because I was sent pictures of the issue in November. It was supposedly a one-time thing. They're also saying this was a one-day thing. The TCQ investigator that was out last week didn't think there had been a new release. He just thought they needed to come back and re-evaluate the cleanup that was performed. So I don't know who completed the initial cleanup. That wasn't discussed that day. But I do know that they have made a new contract with MagnaFlow and were supposed to be handling that. I haven't seen any updated pictures of the cleanup. And I requested to receive those.
People that live out there took pictures. They're all, did you see the pictures? Oh.
And the pictures from, or the video from November looks the same as basically the video from last week, or 2 weeks ago now.
Christine, I just sent you the link.
Oh, you did, okay.
That's all. I just wanted to be sure the public knew and the rest of the court knew that this was an ongoing situation that we're going to have to monitor. And hopefully TCQ will get that investigation report posted soon.
Good. Don't go fishing over there.
Do you have any, no speakers?
And if you catch it, don't eat it.
Anywhere downriver, it sounds like.
There you go.
No speakers? You don't have speakers?
Okay, we're at the consent agenda at a little after noon, finally. And does anyone have, any commissioner have anything they want to pull? He or she wants to pull off the agenda. Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the consent agenda as stated, seconded by, I think I've heard both, but I'll give it to Samuelson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes. Now we're at business to be discussed and considered for approval. Road Operations has nothing to share with us today. So we're going to go to development, and we have pulled B. So now we are convened into executive session to discuss Rain Lily Solar 1 LLC and Rain Lily Solar Storage 1 LLC per Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, reconvene into open session and take appropriate action if necessary. We do have some speakers on this item. So, What is the court's inclination to go into executive session or allow the speakers to speak first? Okay. So, speaker number one, Lana Robinson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Lana Robinson. I live in Pecan Plantation. I just wanted to comment a little bit on what's going on with, if it's Lydian, if it's Ring Lily, or it's been under Viking. We don't really know who they are. They're just come back like a chain letter with a different identity every time. And actually, I was looking at the communication that they seem to be relying on for saying they don't need a concept plan or a plan of some kind. And on it, it's a lady named Sarah Rudakis or Rudakos, I don't know how you pronounce it. She doesn't really identify who she is. She just says, I was reaching out in regards to Hood County's development permits. Are there any special use or special use exemption permits needed for developing energy projects such as solar or wind within Hood County? Any land use or zoning permits needed? And then it was replied to by Clint Head. And it starts out with, nothing contained in this response is intended to waive, alter, or circumvent any restrictive covenant. So it sort of has a disclaimer to start with. And then he goes on and he just answers very briefly, but it's such a general question. And you really can't see how she fits into that company. If that's the company, it's not anything identified on there. But I would like to say, I did do some research on Lydian, and they like to boast on their website about how much of their funding they've put out all of this news releases, how much of their funding comes from Excelsior Energy Capital. And so I just wanted to read you a little bit about them. They're a private equity firm that typically do not disclose their full list of limited partners, but information from public filings and announcements identifies several key details about their investors. This is from just doing online research. Their key investor is the Development Bank of Japan. This is one of the most prominent confirmed investors. Excelsior Renewable Energy Investment Fund, and it marks a major partnership to support renewable energy. And there are many other foreign investors. They're not really telling you who they are, but I promise you that these are not people who live here or care about us. They're caring about making a lot of money in this emerging market that they see an opportunity. It's a lot of institutional investors, big investors from around the world. And they don't want them there. Of course, in Japan, they wouldn't have any room for them, I don't suppose. But their headquarters is in Wayzata, Minnesota. And their focus is North American wind, solar, and battery storage projects. So you might just want to go in there and try to see, because it is a mix. There are some U.S.-based investors, but it's foreign, and they specifically do name the Japanese Development Bank of Japan. So I just urge you to know who we're dealing with. I mean, I think that they're very elusive, and like the lady said, they've got a post office box at Staples, and she's never seen anybody from Lydian there. So we need to know who these people really are. And are they going to be using components from China and other places that are really kind of been rebuked or outlawed, I think, in most instances. But I just feel like mostly we don't know nearly enough about who is wanting to come in and build these kinds of projects that are going to impact us for a long, long time. So I urge you, again, when I mentioned that resolution earlier too, that we certainly don't want to give them any tax abatements. Thank you very much.
The next speaker, and I should have thrown it in before. I'm going to go ahead and throw it in now. I'll try to remember better next time. But when speakers come up, we have a 5-minute, they're allowed 5 minutes to speak. Please be mindful of that. When you come up to speak, you're given 5 minutes. And I would appreciate, I don't want to have to say, would you mind stopping because you've gone over your time? So please be mindful of that. Okay, the next speaker is Jessica Hall.
Hey, I've only gone over my time once in like 4 years. I think that's pretty good. It's not too bad. Okay, so along with Lydian being foreign-owned, EE North America, as you know, is also foreign-owned by European Energy. So I just have a couple points. I'd just like to know how EE North America can string the county along for over a decade, because Yellow Viking was first announced way back in 2013, and it was listed in a publication, in a Glen Rose publication. That's the first that was ever mentioned of these solar farms coming to this area. So they're expecting, I guess, us not to change any of our regulations or update any policies over a 13-year period just to suit them, even though they have not even broken ground on their project this entire time. So they've had the last 4 years up here in Commissioner's Court to get all of their stuff sorted out, which they still have not done. So I just want to know how long they intend to drag this over us. You know, another 10 years, another 20 years, just because. So we deserve better than this. We deserve a concept plan. We deserve to know what is going to happen across from our homes. So that's the only thing I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Mr. Highsmith.
Good afternoon. I'm John Highsmith, live in Pecan Plantation. And as I understand it, Rain Lily Solar One and Rain Lily Storage One believe they do not have to produce a concept plan for their solar utility in Best, located at Abbey Bend in Precinct 2. I also believe Rain Lily is basing their belief on an email from Clint Head. We, the citizens of the county, have obtained what we believe is the email in question, and Ms. Robinson just showed you that. And that was obtained through a FOIA request. And the email is directed to Sarah Rudokas, an employee of, we determined, ICF. That's the environmental company that EE North America contracted. So it was not directed to EE North America. It was not from them. And North America, and the email is dated December 27th, 2024. So there is no indication of what project this is in reference to. And the email is very short, and it's very nebulous. So we have an email to someone who is not an employee of EE North America, that does not identify what project this is, and is dated December 27th, 2024. All right. Note that the email talks about there is not a need for a permit from Hood County. It seems very, very general. And what is the period of time that this is effective? Well, it could be anything. It could be 2035. It just doesn't have any specifics. So, looking at this from the point of view of the developer, I can see reasons for wanting to avoid a concept plan, and it has to do with one thing: endangered species. According to Fish and Wildlife, the tricolored bat is an endangered species and is waiting for a vote for finalization. ICF found 238 calls in the area of the solar utility during their field study. So this is a red flag. A responsible company would reject this project location based on just that one if it was just one call. There were 238. According to Fish and Wildlife, when 810 acres are clear cut, there will be no habitat for the bats. And note, ICF has stated they support solar and wind energy. So that may explain why they really don't voice a negative opinion about this. Now let's talk about birds. ICF did not do a field study. They relied on 2 apps, Naturalist and eBird. And the golden cheek warbler is definitely endangered. They did their study when the leaves were not on the trees, fall, winter, and you would not expect to find any golden cheek warblers at this time of the year. So I don't really understand the point of doing the study at that time of year. They return in the spring. So that part of their study is very misleading. The other thing they would like to be, they may be concerned about is the lack of centralized water. That is certainly stated in our development regulations as of now. And the reason this is important is in the case of the best fire, there would not be adequate water. And the closest fire department is the volunteer fire department in Glen Rose. And keep in mind, Common Plantation residents are less than 1/2 mile from a potential fire generating very toxic fumes. So Cook County updated their development regulations to state there must be centralized water, and that was for a very good reason. So there you have it, an attempted end run around the regulations that are designed to protect Cook County residents. Thank you.
Mr. Andy Wolford.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I only heard of the Rain Valley Storage 1 plans last Friday. Battery energy storage systems, BESS for short, due to the energy, chemistry, and electrochemical processes involved, are inherently hazardous. According to NFPA 855, the standard for installation of stationary energy storage systems, the potential consequences of BESS systems are runaway heat generation, fire, smoke, explosion, and toxic gas dispersion. Design codes for the industry require evaluating these risks on a site-specific basis to define the required mitigation systems and design controls. Hood County must seek to work with developers who share facility data freely and work together to ensure a safe facility, not those who fight relentlessly to avoid disclosing fundamental design safety data to the extent of taking legal action. It is inevitable that strict and specific regulations will be developed for data centers and their support utilities. The question is whether these regulations will be developed before enormous buildup or in response to a major accident that involves catastrophic loss, environmental damage, and loss of life. On the authority to regulate, rather than joining the ping-pong match quoting ordinances and statutes, let me remind you of the origin and purpose of our law. Salus populi suprema lex esto. The safety of the people shall be the highest law. Cicero, 43 BC. In contemporary society, Cicero's quote serves as a guiding principle for governments. The quote is often invoked in debates surrounding emergency powers, public health policies, and national security, reminding us that laws exist to serve human dignity and the collective safety. The unconstrained industrial buildup of AI data centers is most certainly a chronic safety threat deserving more than debates over what doesn't have to be done. Hood County and many others are in the crosshairs of this malignant growth ambition, since nothing like this in number and size has ever been undertaken. It stands to reason that there must be caution, restraint, and new requirements. Numerous novel industries have recognized and embraced the expertise consensus process to develop their safety standards before massive buildup, and it must be done for the AI data center industry. How arrogant is this industry to think they can avoid this necessary process in the growth of their colossal, immature industry. In addition to Cicero, I wish to quote another. Regulations are written in blood. This is attributed to Otto von Bismarck in 1880 during the Industrial Revolution in Germany. In essence, this statement serves as a sobering reminder of the human cost behind societal rules and safety standards, highlighting that meaningful change often requires struggle, sacrifice, and too often tragedy. Of the 920 municipalities in the U.S. currently responding to data center build requests, I ask you, Hood County, to be a leader, not an acquiescer. And don't be the one who sanctions the construction of a data center that later experiences the accident that I've described. I have 3 asks for you. 1, pass a moratorium. 2, revise the development regulations. 3, obtain and critically review Rain Lely's NFPA 855 studies.
Next speaker is Jennifer Carey. Looks like she's left the building.
She asked me to read this to her.
All right, go ahead.
And let me give a preface on this. Ms. Keurig had asked me to read this because she had come this morning with full intent to present this information. She has MS, and she simply could not take the pain anymore. So let me just go through this. Thank you for having me. First, I want to make something very clear. This is not an argument against renewable energy in principle. This is an argument for transparency, responsible planning, cumulative impact review, and long-term public safety. Because what is being proposed is not simply a solar field. Rain Lely is a utility-scale industrial infrastructure platform involving large-scale solar generation, battery energy storage systems, ERCOT transmission integration, industrial electrical infrastructure, and long-term operational impacts on this county. Public records connect this project to Rain Lely Solar 1 LLC, Rain Lely Storage 1 LLC, EE North America, and larger interconnected infrastructure development networks operating across Texas. Public ERCOT records identify approximately 191 megawatts of solar generation, approximately 210 megawatt hours of battery storage, and shared transmission connection infrastructure tied into the Abbey Bend Hood corridor. This is significant infrastructure, and the public deserves full visibility into what that means long term, because Rain Lely is not occurring in isolation. This project exists within a rapidly expanding corridor involving transmission expansion, battery storage, natural gas infrastructure, proposed data center growth, and increased industrial electrical demand across the region. This concerns many residents now have this cumulative impact. Not one project, but all of them together. And one of the biggest concerns is emergency response capability. Battery storage systems are BESS facilities introduce risk very different from traditional fires. These systems can experience thermal runaway events. They can burn for 24 or 48 hours, and even multiple days. They can release hazardous gases, including hydrogen fluoride, carbon monoxide, and toxic combustion compounds. Some documented battery incidents nationwide have required hundreds of thousands of gallons of water for cooling and suppression operations. So the question becomes, has anyone fully modeled what happens when all projects are built, industrial water demand increases, drought conditions return, and large-scale industrial fire occurs at the same time? Because Hood County and Somerville County already know what severe drought looks like. We know what wildfire conditions look like. We know what water stress looks like. And residents are increasingly asking whether long-term emergency response water capacity will even exist under full industrial build-out conditions. This is responsible infrastructure planning, and that's what is needed. Residents are also asking whether our rural departments possess the equipment, training, staffing, hazardous material capability necessary for utility-scale battery systems. I would say the answer is no to that. And if they do not, who ultimately bears the cost? The taxpayer, volunteer departments, mutual aid systems, already overstrained. Commissioners, this is why transparency matters. Because once transmission corridors occurs, industrial substations, utility infrastructure, and large-scale interconnections become established, the long-term transformation of a region becomes extremely difficult to reverse. This is no longer just about one project. It is about the future direction of Hood County. Residents are asking for full concept plan transparency, cumulative impact review, independent emergency response analysis, water capacity review, and long-term infrastructure planning before additional industrial expansion continues. Not because people oppose progress, but because responsible growth requires responsible oversight, and because public safety must remain ahead of industrial expansion, not behind it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next speaker is Mary Jo Bloomquist.
My name is Mary Jo Bloomquist. The Fish and Wildlife Services documents received through a FOIA request say the Rain Lily project is 2,824 acres. The Rain Lily website says 810. Where's the discrepancy? The Rain Lily website also states, we conducted a detailed environmental, cultural, and community assessment to ensure the site is suitable for long-term clean energy development. May we see that study that says it's a good idea to put a battery storage facility directly adjacent to a community of 8,000 people with limited ingress and egress. And during an emergency at the Rain Lily facility, it's likely that that back gate to Pecan Plantation would be unusable. So we'd be down to one. This project is a public nuisance. You're robbing Con residents of our peace of mind and our sense of safety. What effects will this project have on the airport at Pecan? My husband's a pilot. My 17-year-old son will soon be a pilot. This project is directly in the traffic pattern. I'm concerned for their safety. Have you completed glint and glare studies? And can you guarantee that the inverters for the battery storage won't interfere with navigation or radio communications? We currently have the nesting eagles on the site. The Rain Lily website states specifically that they will adjust timelines to avoid critical seasons. So Rain Lily commit to delaying construction until the eagles and the eaglets have left the nest for the season. And lastly, I believe at the last hearing, when they were on the agenda, they claimed their best components were built in the United States. But the truth is, they're built with foreign components and assembled in the United States. Can you assure Hood County residents that no components are included in your best facilities? No components are manufactured by Chinese companies like Sungrow or Cattle. Will you swear to the fact that you're not putting battery storage assembled with components built by foreign adversaries like China or North Korea directly across the river from our homes? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, the last speaker is Lori Walston.
Hello, my name is Lori Walston, and I'm a resident of Hood County. And I ask as I speak if you'll look at this top map and follow along. The Rain Lily project, which was just discussed, is considered to have 810 acres. Lydian Energy, I'm not fully versed on it, but if you look on the map, it's not far from the Rain Lily. And I question, are they affiliated with each other? Considering the original amount of acres for what was just said for Rain Lily, and then this being right there, is there something that goes along with it? So what I'm going to talk about is the cumulative effect of these approvals. So currently, noise and impacts reported up to 8 miles from the facilities for existing facilities. So when you're in a 3-mile impact zone, you're considering 18,000 acres that will be impacted. A 5-mile impact zone would be 50,000 acres. 8-mile impact zone would be 128,000 acres. The cumulative impact would be 12 major, in Hood County, what we're anticipating now would be 12 major industrial projects planned across Hood County. Each project creates noise that exceeds up to 8 miles, overlapping impact zones and creating continuous countywide exposure. Residents have no quiet area left to escape to and from the noise. This will impact homes, health, property values, and quality of life. And they will also have legal implications in the long run. So resident statements, for what we know of here in the county that exists, are things like, it sounds like a jet engine that never shuts off. There's never a break. We can't sit outside, we sleep with our windows open or enjoy our property anymore. And the noise comes through their walls at night. Someone else is saying, this is affecting our health, our peace, and our values of our homes. And then this used to be the quiet rural property. So you get down to just this one area, and if you look at the cumulative area impact with substantial overlap, so from a conservative view, you're looking at a 3 mile compared to just one facility. Now you're talking about up to 12. There's a 60,000 to 90,000 acre impact combined. Realistically, a 5 mile impact would be 150,000 acres to 250,000 acres. And your worst case scenario would be an 8 mile impact, which is 300,000 acres up to 500,000 acres. So Hood County the Hood County total area is 273,000 acres. So realistic to worst case scenarios could impact the majority or virtually all of Hood County. So basically, the key takeaway would be that 5, 10, or 12 projects may be approved one at a time, but their impacts do not stay separate. They combine, they overlap, and they accumulate. This is not isolated. This is countywide industrial impact issue, and it's affecting residents, property use, and the future livability of Hood County. And ultimately, if you look at this map and how it covers the whole of Hood County, we could be getting set up for a legal implication of a class action lawsuit from the citizens of Hood County for inverse condemnation because you've destroyed the whole county. So if you look at these individually, instead of cumulatively, you're missing the whole picture and how everybody is impacted. And you can find your own residences in this area. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for what you're saying. I just want to, since this is now up and it's on
great.
Public, I want to point out that there are errors in your chart.
There are errors, I'm sorry.
But
these are proposed.
Well, number 4, I don't know what that is. Number
Yeah, there's
5,
2 number 4s.
I don't know what that is. Like Greenland Choice, Project Kildare, Project Garnet, I don't know what those are. So
These are
just so that this is on public record. So
Right.
just realize that this is not something
This
that
is
the
not-
county put out, and there are errors on here.
There are errors.
The errors.
This is a
errors
general
in number of
concept.
acres. It says Jean Lily, I think you meant Ray
Right.
Lily. So, and Rain Lily, I know Project Lydian and Rain Lily keep getting confused because at one time they were both called Yellow Viking 1 and Yellow Viking 2. Lydian is down here in the corner where it says
Right,
Pond,
number
where it
10
says
down
10. The number of acres on there, that's the total acres. I don't know if that's accurate, but that is
This is
total
not.
acres that are in Johnson, Somerville, and Hood County. So that 3,122 is not representative of Hood County. And then what you have here, number 9, if you meant Rain Lily, that is the property that's on the other side of Pecan on the Luton property. So that's the Luton
Okay.
property there on the other side of Pecan. So
I
since
should
this
have
is up here
clarified.
on public record, this is not.
It's not accurate?
document.
It's a concept of what we're looking at.
And your point is made, but I just want to be sure since
Yes.
this is now.
Thank you for doing
public
that.
And it's on our video that this is not something that Hood County put together and
No.
it's not accurate.
That's right. However, there are many projects coming, and they're covered here, but also you can see on this that there's consideration, postponed, to be considered. So these are speculative. However, this is just concept-wise. I agree.
The point is
Thank
made
you.
about the overlapping. I just want to be sure that.
That's the point
somebody
I was
doesn't
trying to
take
make.
this and publish it somewhere because it's
No.
not accurate.
Thank you.
All right, so, being that that's all speakers, are we gonna, I guess it's time to convene into an executive session. All right, so it is, are you saying something, Commissioner?
Do you guys have something that you want to say? I mean, we're happy to speak now, we're happy to speak later, however the court would appreciate the item of the agenda. I mean,
Yeah, if you guys want to throw in your 2 cents, and by all means, bring it up. Do what?
Happy to do so. I promise to keep this very, very short because I appreciate everyone's input on this, especially the community members. I just want to thank everyone here. We've received lots of emails and comments about the Rain Lily project at this point, it's been over 4 years in regards to the project, with working with the county and community members and commissioners. And I think at this point, I've met individually with all of you at one point or another. And I just want to start with this. My name is Michael Klein. I'm the head of project development for EE North America. We are the developer of Rain Lily. We were the original developer of Yellow Viking Development 1 as well. And at one point, Rain Lily was referred to as Yellow Viking Development 2. And it's all one cohesive development project that we've done in phases over time. And as a professional engineer, I just wanted to pull up something that is in the very, very top of our code of ethics. Engineers, in the fulfillment of their professional duties, shall hold paramount the safety, health, and welfare of the public. And I can promise you from our company and myself, that is my values. And I'm here to be sure to support the county and everyone in the community to be sure that this is a positive project for everyone that's involved. I would also like to say that we have partnered with the county on this project on many occasions. We've had many conversations with the Director of Development, Clint Head. We've had many conversations with Jeannie as well. I don't know if Jeff Young is here as well, but we have sat down with Jeff and you, Commissioner Andrews, to talk about fire safety and to work through our compliance with 855. And I think we're fully aligned with how we are going to do that and work with the county through those safety measures. And additionally, I just want to say that we're continuing to be here to be committed. I know, Commissioner Samuelson, you said in the Lydian Commissioner's Court, which was about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I believe at this point, Lydian hadn't come and met with you on many occasions, and we have come and met with you on many occasions over the past few years. And I would also like to say in regards to the environmental questions, I know there's been a lot of questions on the project sizing and where it is and what species we've evaluated. And I will first say the project is about 810 acres on a much, much larger site. Every environmental study that we do for a project, we start with a very broad range of acreage, and then we narrow that site down to be the appropriate size for that location based off the environmental and permitting constraints of that locale. I would also add that, as part of the project itself, we've been in constant contact with the Director of Development, Clint Head. In many occasions, he has said either in written form, in letters, in emails, and verbally, and in meetings with some commissioners, that at the time that we brought this project to the county, that there was no concept plan required because 1, we were not in a floodplain, and 2, we were not subdividing the project. And I will finally end with this on the water and just some of the more broader concerns of the county. I know the county is very concerned about data centers. I think everyone across the country, that is a national conversation that's happening at all levels of government. Even in Austin right now, I know there's been many meetings about data centers. Our project does not have the same impacts of a data center. We have extremely minimal to no water use. Our goal is to put pollinator habitats and revegetate the site so that there's lots of green space between the modules and between the rows. The project is a net generator of electricity for the county. And I think, as Mr. Highsmith said for one of the other comments, the line that we're tying into ties directly between the substation that's at Mission Granbury and the Abbey Bend substation. And so the power for this project will be here to serve the local community as well. And obviously, all electrons go to where the greatest demand are. But the good news, I think, for this project and the benefit for this community is the power will stay here as long as the demand is here. And then if there's excess demand outside of the county, that power will flow outwards, and then the county gets the tax revenue from this project and gets a huge benefit from the project. I know myself is here to answer questions from the community afterwards. I know Commissioner Samuelson, we've told you on many occasions, if folks have questions about our project, to please contact us. I know many folks in the audience have contacted us, and we have responded to emails. I think on the final point, if it's okay with the sitting county judge, Mr. Eagle, I'd like to just let Gary, our attorney, just talk through a little bit of the process of how we've gotten here today, if that's acceptable by the court. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you all. I appreciate this opportunity. I will hopefully be your briefest speaker. I believe that Mr. Klein has covered very well the points that I wanted to cover. Might have a few more legal nature that I would welcome having the opportunity to share in executive session if the court will allow it. Thank you.
What is your name?
Okay,
What's your
sir.
name?
Put your name on the record, please.
Yes, Gary Zausner. I'm an attorney with Butler Smith. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Could you spell your name, please?
Of course. The last name is always a tricky one. Zausmer. Thank you.
Okay, it's 5.
I think Commissioner Andrews.
I need to say something here. There's been a lot of discussion about the letter in answering on the concept plan. And this has been a practice. For years, we have been sending letters similar to this out. I think there are over 20 of these. Now, in 22, when some of these questions were brought up, at the time we were talking about tax abatements and I think it's a free trade zone, whatever we need to do in order to set abatements into place. There was some discussion about that, and Commissioner Wilson called Clint up to explain what development looks for in this type of project. And I've got this quote. This is exactly what was on the record in that commissioners meeting in 22. This is from Quint. And he says, everybody is talking about you stopping it. I just want all the citizens to be aware that's regulated by the states and our authorities. As far as development is concerned, let me put my glasses on. They're not subdividing. They're not creating infrastructure. We have no zoning in the county. We have no building codes. So unless we implement zoning for the whole county, you can't just implement zoning for that part. And unless we put on a zoning department or a building code department, they have no approval through the county unless they get in the floodplain. It would not come through the court except for the reinvestment zone or the abatement. He read that in court during that time. The answer from the court immediately following that was, here's my response to that. I will agree with Mr. Head 100%. The county, if your company goes out and does this without our participation, meaning the reinvestment zone or the abatement, this is a free country, and they are free property owners. You're entitled to go do that, and we can't regulate you out of it or anything else. So as far as what has been told to them, it's not just Clint. There's been direction from this court and a history of when you don't check these boxes, this is not something that we've asked for a concept plan. It has been the practice of this county to do that for quite some time. So they have gotten repeatedly from the county that they don't need to submit anything. Now, you guys have agreed, correct me if I'm wrong, I may be getting out of line here, but you guys have agreed to submit a construction type plan, correct? Yes, please.
Well, I'm just going to interrupt here, but as we know, Clint was wrong. We know, based on our development guidelines, that he was wrong when he stated that. This court relied on years of the wrong interpretation of the regulations that Mr. Head.
Commissioner Sampson, do you mind?
Development, any development includes any grading or buildings, we know that, and we know that now. We didn't, the prior court, I was not on court in 2022, the prior court didn't know, was not fully versed on what our regulations said, but we know that now. So now we know.
But we're still not requiring it for us.
And I just want to add, the prior court was also ignorant to the fact that we had Local Government Code 231, subchapter K, and that's completely unfortunate.
No, it's just, it didn't really apply. There is no water, there is no infrastructure, there's no public facilities, there's no.
There is water for the NFPA 855, they are required.
Okay, please.
That's.
I got a point of order here. Let's tone it down. Commissioner Andrews is speaking. He's got the floor, so continue on.
Did you want to?
Sure, I'm happy to answer. I think under the current circumstances, as was ruled in the case for Lydian 2 weeks ago, I think we're perfectly happy to follow the same procedures and to continue to work with partners with the county on every phase. I know Jeff Young is hiding out in the corner there, but Jeff and you, Commissioner Andrews, and I, a team of, I think it was 5 engineers we had on the call, walked through all of our engineering design, all of our fire protection for the project. And I think we've shown that we're willing to be good partners with the county. And I think it's unfortunate that other entities in the county and other developers in the county have not been trying to be as forthright with you. We continue to pledge to do that, and as long as we have good faith partners with the county, we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
So after the court where the vote was to require a concept plan, representatives from Rain Lily did come to my office to meet with Mr. Head and Ms. Leftwich and I. Mr. Head was not in attendance, so it was just Christine and I, and presented us with what I call a PhD level document going through every one of the requirements in our document, in our regulations. It was really good. I mean, what's Brooke's last name?
Ms. Taylor.
Taylor. Ms. Taylor it was a really good document. It was indexed by regulation. She answered all the questions. She said they weren't quite finished with it. Still needed to do the traffic impact study and one other thing. I don't remember what the other one was, so she didn't leave it with us, but it wasn't, that document is 90% of the concept plan. Much better than some that we've received. So that was, I appreciate her coming to speak with us and showing us the level of detail that you went through to respond to what's required in our regulations. So I just want to say that on the record.
So have you done all the EPA checklist, U.S. Parks and Wildlife, ERCOT, TCEQ? There are a lot of different agencies out there that require submittals from you.
Yes.
That you have to answer to them.
Correct.
I don't know where our line as a county comes into enforcement, looking into that, making sure that you have these documents presented, that kind of thing. I assume that there are authorities out there that are looking over your shoulder that you're answering to on these various things.
Yes, you're correct, Commissioner Andrews. I would say this. Gary can obviously speak to the legalese of who has authority over certain parts of every project and the permitting side of things. I think that's a question for the court as well. I think that's why we're here today, with a little bit of clarity on the permitting side. But I will say this, if you look at a lot of development projects across the state, most developers do not do a consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. That is not good industry practice. That was something that we had done as a project and a project team and a company to say, yes, are there potential occurrences with species on this site? Absolutely. Did we do our due diligence with field studies, desktop surveys, even monitoring of the bald eagle's nest with eagle surveys? We've done all of that, and we said as a project team, the right thing to do is to go to U.S. Fish and Wildlife and do a consultation and present our data and present the information. And when we did that, I think it was about a year or two ago, we knew that that was fully available for the public and for the public record, but we said as a group that that was the right thing to do to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to be sure that we had all of our I's dotted and our T's crossed. And that's how we approach every regulatory agency that we work with on any of our projects. I think that's one of the reasons that we have met with all of you many, many times over the last 2-3 years to ensure that everyone felt comfortable. And Commissioner Samuelson, I'll just say this, I think we have had, I don't know, 40 to 50 questions back and forth over the last year just to ensure that everyone felt comfortable with the project. And so that kind of mentality for everything we do, that's how we would approach it. And we have many regulatory authorities reviewing our project at any given time. Thank you.
I think my first meeting with Rain Lily was in April of '25, is what I know.
I believe that's
so a little over a year. And as these, I knew before I took office, this project had been talked about, but it was called Yellow Viking. And then it was kind of went silent so from January of '23 until April of '25, I heard nothing about the project. So when you met with me in April of '25, did I know that this is something that's going to go forward, or if this is another bite at the apple?
Do you mind if I address that?
Sure.
So, Commissioner Samuelson, I would just like to say that every project takes many years to develop, from initial concept all the way through to operations and maintenance. Projects can take up to 8 years to fully develop. And I think one of the reasons that we did not first come to you in either 2024 or even late 2024 was we wanted to be sure that we had all of the information to present to the commissioners in court so that if you did have questions about our project, we would be able to explain them in great detail. And if we didn't have the answers, we could go back to our team and collect those answers for you. Just from a timeline perspective, I count here from October 11th, 2022, we had a discussion with Clint Head. March 24th, 2023, the letter of no permit. The December of 2027, that is when we had the email from Clint. March.
Say that date again.
I believe it is December 27th, 2024.
Okay.
And then we had an additional conversation with Clint on March 31st, 2025, where Clint noted to Janice, who is a member on our ICF team, same as Sarah and Doug, and I know you've met Doug and David Van Gorder many times. Clint noted to Janice that the county did not have regulatory authority over the project and that he did not feel he needed to be included in the meetings. And so at that point, after March, that's when we met with you to be fully sure that we were aligned. And I apologize that we went with Clint more. We didn't come to you earlier to discuss this earlier. I think that is a lesson learned for me, that we should go directly to our county commissioners, and that's how I've directed our entire development team across the country to do that in the future. I think from our side, because we had been in the county operating, especially with Yellow Viking Development 1, we felt like we had familiarity with the commissioners, and that just was not the right case. And I apologize that we weren't talking to you earlier, but I do think you could probably agree with me that we've done everything we can since then to work with you and continue to address comments and concerns, not only from you, but the community as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go into executive session? Okay, so it is time, it's right at 1:00 p.m. and we're going to adjourn this session for the moment and go into an executive session.
should have done the financial part before we should. Sorry about that.
So hey, actually, before we get started, a quick question. If she had to leave but wrote down everything, could I go up there and speak on her behalf? Just curious, because I had her write everything down that she would have to say if she had to get up there, because she's got to go get her kids pretty soon. We didn't know if y'all would accept that, but now that we know, she's off the hook.
Okay, we're back on the record at, about 3:49, from executive session. We're on this development issue, Roman numeral 9A, 2B, and we're gonna move on. We're waiting on something on this one, so we're gonna come back to it, and I'm gonna go to financials.
Oh, that's nice.
Good afternoon. I'm requesting that the court consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of April 17, 2026 through April 30th, 2026. Discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for May 12, 2026 Commissioners Court are $688,926.67. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that we pay the bills as stated for April 17, 2026 to April 30th, 2026 in the amount of $688,926.67.
So we have a motion to accept the payment of invoices as stated by Commissioner Wilson, seconded by Commissioner Andrews, in the amount of $688,926.67. All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 2.
I would request the court to consider accepting the financial reports. They've been received and reviewed by my department for the period of April 1st, 2026 through April 15, 2026.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move that we accept the financial report.
Second.
So we have a motion to accept the financial reports received and reviewed by the audit department. A motion made by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition, passes 4-0. Number 3.
Okay, number 3, I'm requesting the court consider accepting the bank reconciliations received and reviewed by my department for the period of April 1st, 2026 through April 15, 2026.
I'll move that we accept the bank reconciliations reviewed by the audit department for the period of April 1st, 2026 to April 15th, 2026.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Samuelson to accept the bank reconciliations received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of April 1st, 2026 through April 15th, 2026, and seconded by Commissioner Andrews. All in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it is, that clock isn't right.
3:52.
3:52, and we're going to take a short recess till the county attorney comes back.
Thank you for doing that for me.
We're back on the record here at 4:03 p.m. And we have a tentative agreement here, I believe, proposal. And Commissioner Precinct 2, you want to go through this? Or just read it?
I'll read it. Rain Lily will voluntarily and without waiver of any rights, including vested rights, claims, positions, defenses, and/or other legal protections under applicable Texas law or otherwise, deliver to Hood County and the Hood County Commissioners Court. Approves, is that wording?
Yes.
That reads funny. Deliver.
So I'm hearing you, but it's not very clear. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want me to start over?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rain Lily will voluntarily and without waiver of any rights, including vested rights, claims, positions, defenses, and/or legal protections under applicable Texas law or otherwise, deliver to Hood County, and Hood County Commissioners Court approves the following. Informal concept plan. An informal concept plan shall be provided to Matt Mills, Hood County Attorney, Jeannie Stacks, Hood County Environmental Health Director, and external counsel Deborah Mergel of Borquez Law Firm, PC, substantially mirroring the materials Brooke Taylor reviewed in person with Commissioner Samuelson in April 2026. The submission is not and shall not be construed as a formal concept plan, application, or other submission under Hood County's recent and post-vesting development regulations. Supplemental technical information and assurances. Technical information. Studies addressing PV, which stands for, basically those are the solar panels, correct?
Correct.
Solar panel module composition and the absence of leaching pathways, confirmation of hail-resistant module specifications, and confirmation of structural steel racking construction. Letters of assurance confirming 1, best design, construction, and operation in compliance with NFPA 855 and other applicable federal and state requirements to include decommissioning requirements. 2, project compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, including with respect to vendor and component selection. And 3, compliance with all other required and applicable state and federal regulations. Road use. A general term sheet framework preliminary memorandum of understanding for a road use agreement addressing post-construction travel, way condition, and a $50,000 road bond, and reasonable cooperation with the county regarding route considerations under the county's master thoroughfare plan along the affected corridor, providing that it does not adversely affect the Rain Lily project while not altering the intent of the Mitchell, and Mitchell is misspelled, it needs a T.
Sorry. I was trying to hurry.
Mitchell Bend Highway Extension. Comprehensive drainage study shall be provided. Construction plan showing that generation equipment and other structures shall encompass less than 50% coverage of this site. Due to prior documented representations provided by Hood County Commissioners Court agrees that the above listed documentation will be accepted in lieu of formal permit application, permit requirement, or concept plan. Commissioners Court authorizes the county attorney, Matt Mills, to receive the items referenced above and to confirm receipt and acknowledge Rain Lily's compliance with this foregoing requirements.
Mr. Klein, would you mind coming up to the podium? So, if the court were to agree with this, is this your understanding of the agreement?
I believe as read, this is our understanding of the agreement.
Okay. You don't see anything you want to change right now?
No.
So do I hear a motion?
I move that we accept the terms of the conditions as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Andrews to accept the Rain Lily submission as read by Commissioner Samuelson and entered into the record by Commissioner Andrews made the motion. Commissioner Wilson seconded his motion. Is there any further discussion?
So with the correction that Mitchell Bend is misspelled.
With the correct spelling correction of Mitchell Bend, is there any other discussion beyond from that? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, three ayes, one nay. So it passes 3-1. And that concludes our business today. We are hereby adjourned at 10 after 4. Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.